before social media, Black artists were already teaching us how to survive. Now, let's begin tonight's broadcast. All right, good evening, family. This is explicit, um, and this is XVOA, the explicit voice of America. I am a retired police officer, Army veteran, and writer. Around here, we don't just cover the news. Okay, we investigate the machinery behind it. And tonight isn't about four unrelated stories. It's one story told four different ways. A Senate candidate who says the system destroyed his campaign, while women say the real destruction happened to them. A Democratic nominee in Texas discovering that black votes are not automatic and black trust cannot be inherited. A grieving family demanding answers after an 18-year-old young man never came home. And an Air Force major who decided his oath to the Constitution required him to risk everything. On the surface, those stories don't belong together, but they all ask the same question: who gets left cleaning up after power drops the bomb? Okay. Who gets told to wait? Who gets told to forgive? Who gets told to fall in line? Who gets told their pain is inconvenient? That's the indictment we're dealing with tonight. Because one thing I've learned after nearly 20 years as a police officer is this: when something explodes, everybody runs towards the smoke. Very few people stop long enough to ask who is left standing in the wreckage. Tonight, that's exactly where we're standing. This is the bomb drop. Now everybody wants the victims to clean it up. So let's begin. Tonight we've got four stories, but by the end of the night, I think you're gonna realize they were never four stories at all. We're gonna begin in Maine, where Graham Platner says the political establishment destroyed his campaign. Now, the question is, did the establishment destroy his campaign or did Graham Platner destroy it himself? Then we're staying in Maine because after the collapse comes another question. Who gets to replace him? The people of Maine or the same political machine voters thought they had defeated? From there, we head to Texas, where James Talarico has a problem. Not because black voters owe him anything, but because no candidate is entitled to our trust. The vote has to be earned. Then we'll turn to the heartbreaking case of Nolan Wells because a grieving family is demanding answers and asking whether friendship is enough to overcome the oldest fault line in America. And finally, we'll end with our Major Watson update and the most important development in that story since his arrest, what we now know, what the media is finally beginning to report, and the question nobody seems willing to ask. What happens when soldiers begin believing they have to defend the Constitution from the people giving them orders? We got a lot to get through tonight. So let's get started. All right. Graham Platner is suspending his campaign after a serious sexual assault allegation. He denies the allegation, but his statement tells us something important about how powerful men respond right? When the story stops obeying them. So I want you to listen closely because almost every sentence moves the spotlight away from the woman accusing him and back onto Graham Platner. Now, as a retired officer, I have listened to victims describe moments that changed their lives. I have also listened to accused people explain why everybody else is responsible for the situation they are in. Listen, that does not determine guilt. It does teach you to recognize a narrative um, being built, so to speak. Platner is going to tell us that he is leaving because the political machinery has made it impossible for him to continue. And I want you to watch the order in which he tells this his story. Watch who receives empathy, watch who disappears, and watch how quickly an allegation against him becomes an attack on him. So let's get this clip rolling here.
Hey everyone, it's Graham Platner here. I think as many of you know, over the past couple days, I have faced some very serious allegations, and I just want to make it clear, this is all false. The things that have been claimed did not happen. It's not real. It has placed an immense amount of weight on me as I think about what needs to happen now. Amy and I are regular people. We were not looking for this experience. We were not looking to get into politics. We had no desire to run for office.
Okay, stop right there. Amy and I are regular people. That is the first emotional anchor right there. Before he takes us through the allegation, right? Before he addresses the woman accusing him in any meaningful way, he establishes himself and his wife as ordinary people being pulled into something frightening here. That is powerful language because most of us identify with regular people. We know what it feels like to be overwhelmed. We know what it feels like to face something larger than ourselves. So he is already inviting us inside his fear. The woman accusing him has not been granted that humanity yet. She has become an allegation. He and his wife become people, and that imbalance matters here. Go ahead and play the clip.
I just want you to think about like what you would do as a regular person in a position where a much larger world, large forces were working against you personally to accuse you of the worst thing that a person could do.
Okay, pause it right there. Now the transformation is complete. He is no longer simply a candidate denying an allegation. Okay, he is a regular man being hunted by large large forces. Make sure I get those quotes in there. That phrase carries the whole mythology. Okay, you're looking at a lone outsider, the establishment closing in, the machine trying to crush the movement. And once he places himself inside that story, anybody asking hard questions can be absorbed into the conspiracy. Okay, the press becomes part of the attack, the party becomes part of the attack, the allegation itself becomes a weapon being used by the attack. This is how accountability gets reframed as persecution. Again, that does not prove the allegation. It does show us the defense he wants the public to inhabit. Before we resume the clip, I just want to make sure we acknowledge everyone in the room that is here tonight, late tonight or early in the morning. Barbara, if you're still here, thank you for joining us. Barbara Muth, Kathy P. We got Roy in the room. Pamela Renando joining us tonight. Um, Monsina, Bill Bowden, Tom Jode, Beth Ollie Acorn has joined us. Kathy P. Thank you for joining us. And also we got Perry Gina. Hope I didn't mangle that. Okay. Go ahead and play the video.
And it was not remotely true. I learned about this through press inquiries with no time to truly respond, no time for investigations before a corporate media system and the political establishment got to act as judge, jury, and executioner.
Okay, stop it right there. A corporate media system and the political establishment got to act as judge, jury, and executioner. There it is right there. Judge, jury, executioner. Listen to the scale of that language. He is suspending a Senate campaign. He describes it as an execution. Is that not entitlement seeping right through the lens here? The political career becomes a life. Losing institutional support becomes a death sentence. And the people asking whether this accusation is credible becomes an execution squad. Meanwhile, the woman who says her consent was violated is still outside the emotional center of this speech. She gets no comparable language, no acknowledgement of what it costs a woman to come forward, no recognition of the possibility that supporters were misled, no grief for anybody except the campaign, the movement, and the people standing with him. That tells you exactly where he believes the injury occurred. Go ahead and roll the clip.
Accusations are supposed to be the beginning of things, not the end. I think it's really important to understand why this is happening in the timeline, why this is happening right now, much like October, when the first attack started, much like the news that was created the week before the primary. There is a reason that this is happening now. I only have until July 13th until I am officially the nominee. This was the last week to try to get me off of the ballot. And that's why this is occurring. It's not the false allegations, though, that have brought us to where we are. It's the fact that they're being used
Hold up.
by the political.
Stop it right there. That sentence is remarkable. He says the allegation isn't what brought him here. The structure did. The donors did. The party did. The media did. Everybody except Graham Platner. This is where denial becomes displacement. He wants the audience to believe that his campaign is collapsing because powerful people seized an excuse, right? But that excuse is a woman saying he entered her home intoxicated, ignored her, repeated refusal, and forced himself on her. Look, he denies that. Fine. The allegation still exists. The campaign still had a duty to prepare for scrutiny. The people who promoted him still had a duty to vet him. And Plattner had a duty to understand that a campaign built around his personal character could collapse under questions about his personal conduct. He keeps describing the destruction as something done to him. He never confronts the possibility that he deceived the people who trusted him. Play this clip.
Establishment to put structural pressure on us. We live in a political system that is not built for normal people. It is a system that is built structurally to make sure that movements like ours cannot flourish. That if they begin to succeed, they can be crushed. What we have accomplished here, you made possible. The people of Maine, the volunteers, the voters, the grassroots donors, and I have all the faith in the world that we could win if we could continue to harness that. But the brutal political reality is that they are going to take everything away from us. Those in power who have the ability to do so are using these allegations as an excuse to take away all of the things that we need to run a campaign. We are going to lose our ability to fundraise. We are going to lose our ability to access voter data. We are going to lose all of the things that any campaign needs on the basic level simply to function. Larger organizations, the national level party, the bigger donor networks, they have all committed to spending no money in this race if I'm in it. They would rather see Susan Collins win than have me be the next senator from Maine. What comes next needs to come from the people. Needs to come from the people of Maine. Needs to come from the voters who on June 9th, at a strength of over 150,000, the largest number in the history of Maine primaries, said no to this kind of politics. Voted for a politics that would actually represent them. Voted against the political system, against the donor class, against the entrenched forces. And I'm not asking for how this process is going to work. I'm not trying to dictate to anyone who it should be or how we get there, but I will say this. It needs to be open, transparent, and democratic. It needs to be reflecting the will and the values of the people that built this movement, the people that showed up on June 9th. People in D.C. need to stay in D.C. Decisions should not be made in back rooms by people in places of political power. Party apparatchiks are not the ones to make these decisions. These decisions need to be made in the open by the people of this state, the people who got us here. This is exactly the kind of political system that everyone voted against on June 9th. And for that reason, we need to be assured that it is going to be open and democratic as we move forward. Amy and I struggled about getting into this. Last summer, right around this time of year, we sat down and we looked at each other and we said, if we believe in the kind of politics we think that we do, we have to do this. Over the past couple days, really yesterday and today, we have had to have that exact same conversation. We believe that for the movement to continue, it can't be me. And for that reason, we are suspending campaign operations. This is incredibly difficult because I know that some will think it's an admission of guilt, and it most certainly is not. We're not doing it because of the allegations. We're doing it because of the structures that are being taken away from us by those in power. And I also feel an immense amount of responsibility to everyone who has worked so hard to get us to where we are. We went toe-to-toe with one of the most entrenched political systems in the history of the world, and we won. We beat them on June 9th in overwhelming numbers. We did it the right way. We built a campaign. We engaged in electoral politics. We motivated people. We banded together. We did it the way that we were told we are supposed to make change. And we won. And now they are not going to let us have it.
All right. I don't know. I think I've heard enough of this. Look, now they are not going to let us have it. This is the line that reveals the entitlement. We won. They are not going to let us have it. The Senate nomination becomes something that belongs to him and his movement. But a nomination is not a deed to a house. Okay, it's a public trust, and public trust can collapse when new information comes forward. He is presenting accountability as theft. He is presenting the consequence of an allegation as the establishment stealing a victory that rightfully belongs to him. That is the emotional trap right there because, look, his supporters did work hard. They did donate. They did believe. They did organize. They are victims of this collapse too. The primary victim is the woman accusing him, but every supporter who defended him because his campaign assured them there was nothing more coming was also used. Their belief became campaign capital. Their trust became armor. Now he is asking them to view the wreckage as proof that the machine feared them. That is easier than admitting they may have been deceived. Play this clip.
Not if it's me. And so we're suspending campaign operations. I want to make clear, though, I intend to file my paperwork to withdraw. The process needs to assure that what comes next is reflective of the Mainers who on June 9th turned out and showed that they are desperate for a different kind of politics. It needs to be driven not from back rooms, but by the will of the people. And the decisions that come next must come from that. All we were asking for was health care, was to end the genocide. to use our taxpayer dollars at home to uplift our communities instead of waging war overseas. We were asking for a fair system. We were asking for an end to the corruption, the end to the money in politics. We were asking for real democracy, and we did it the right way, and we won. But now the ball is in the court of the Democratic establishment. My name might be on the ballot right now, but that ballot line belongs to the people of Maine. And on November 3rd, it needs to belong to the people of Maine. And the next Democratic senator for Maine needs to belong to the people of Maine. They need to reflect the will and the values of the people of this state. I love this state. I love Maine, and I love Mainers in ways that I can't really describe. I'm immensely proud of what we have built, and I have the utmost faith that we will continue to build, and we will continue to move towards a better future. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Thank all of you. And keep fighting. We're going to win someday.
Now, Platner says that the ballot line belongs to the people of Maine. Hold on here. Okay, good. Then the people of Maine should decide what comes next, because the next danger is obvious here. Okay. The political machine can take a crisis created by failed vetting and use it to install the insider it wanted all along. The law gives Maine Democrats barely 2 weeks to choose their replacement. So the next question is simple here. Will this process actually be democratic, or will the back room reclaim the ballot? Let's look at who may replace Graham Platner. The easiest thing Democrats could do right now is exactly the wrong thing. Graham Platner says the ballot line belongs to the people of Maine. And we'll find out very quickly whether the Democratic Party agrees with them, because replacing one candidate is easy. Replacing public trust, that's the hard part. One thing that bothered me about Platner's speech, near the end, he said that ballot line belongs to the people of Maine. For once, I agree with him, because after everything that's happened, the last thing Democrats should do is retreat into a back room somewhere and decide who gets to inherit the movement. So I'm going to pull up a article here from the New York Times. Let's go ahead and pull up that graphic.
To happen now.
In the middle of it says don't touch.
Behavior is
No, go back.
And it got to the point
Go
where
back. To
And it got to the
No,
point
no, no, no,
where
no, 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 no. We keep going to that. It's hidden in here somewhere. It's coming up, guys. 142. Again, I want to thank you guys for joining us here tonight. Lisa, thank you for joining us. Mark, what is that? Mark Casido. I hope I pronounced that right. Thank you for joining us, Mark. And I need y'all, anyone who's still actually there in the room, show us some love. Um, bop that heart button for me. Thank you. Thank you. I see the love. Bunch of hearts just covered my screen. Now, are we going to get that New York Times article on the screen here? Let's see, 53. I am getting very impatient here.
that was me recognizing.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Well, the system I've devised. Oh, no, 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 don't go there.
And it got to the point.
Is not perfected, as you can see. Let's see if we can. All right, stand by, y'all. There we go. Here are the Maine Democrats who might replace Graham Platner. Mr. Platner has not yet. Okay, this is old. Okay, this was right before he withdrew, but we wanna get an idea of who might replace him, right? See, they're already exploring potential alternatives. They were already exploring the alternatives, right before he dropped out. Democrats in Maine and nationally are racing to find a new Senate nominee in the state's crucial race, with Graham Platner widely expected to drop his bid after a rape allegation that prompted his most prominent backers to abandon him. If Mr. Platner does withdraw before the Monday deadline, Democrats will need to act quickly. So, whenever politics um, says we have to move quickly, we have to act quickly, my old top instincts here immediately pop up because sometimes urgency is real And sometimes urgency becomes an excuse, and an ex- an excuse to avoid public scrutiny, an excuse to avoid public participation, an excuse to let insiders make decisions before ordinary people even know what's happening. Now, look, I'm not saying that's what Maine Democrats are going to do. I'm saying this is how exactly machines protect themselves. So, it says here Maine state law would give the party just over 2 weeks to identify a replacement by July 27th. That's the deadline right there. The law does not determine how that process would work, but the options being discussed include a convention or a statewide caucus sometime in late July. Let me comment on that. Now, I think we're getting somewhere, right? The article mentioned convention, caucus, and listen, those aren't just procedures; they're decisions about power. Who gets invited? Who gets excluded? Who writes the rules? Who controls the microphone? Because everybody loves democracy until democracy becomes unpredictable. All right. So there's one person whose name keeps coming up. Former Senate president in Maine. We're talking about the Maine legislature. What is his name? Troy Jackson. Okay. He's got a working class background, union roots, Bernie Sanders endorsement during the governor's race. Listen, whether it's Troy Jackson or somebody else, isn't actually my first question. My first question is who decided this? Who will decide this? Because after everything that's happened, the process matters almost as much as the outcome. Because while Democrats are deciding what to do, there's another group of people who should never have been put in this position to begin with. Okay, we're talking about the women, the survivors, the people who had to come forward while everybody else argued about campaign strategy. Let's let's talk about them.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In Maine, Democratic nominee for Senate, Graham Platner, is yet to drop out of the race, despite losing all major endorsements.
Hey, listen, before we play this, let me fix the timeline here. This democracy, what is it? Democracy Now! Report. This was recorded before Graham Platner formally suspended his campaign. So, listen, everybody in this clip is still talking about whether he will leave the race. We already know what happened next. He did suspend the campaign. This makes this clip more revealing because we can watch the machinery trying to catch up in real time. And as a retired police officer who spent years speaking with victims of sexual assault, this is the part of the story that kind of makes me furious. All right, the allegation is serious. The institutional failure that allowed this to reach the nomination is serious too. I need you to watch how quickly this story moves from a woman describing what happened inside her own home to party officials discussing who gets the ballot line. Let's go ahead and play the clip.
Endorsements from Senators Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren to California Congressmember Ro Khanna. The chair of the Maine Democratic Party and other party leaders posted a statement calling on Platner to drop out. Under state law, Maine's Democratic Party can name a replacement for Platner on the November ballot if he withdraws from the race by next Monday. The outcome of the election could determine the balance of power in the U.S. Senate. Calls for his withdrawal follow serious allegations of sexual assault made by Maine resident Jenny Rasico, first reported by Politico Monday. Rasico says she met Platner in 2019. They dated casually for about 2 years until a night in 2021. According to Rasico, that night, Platner texted her saying he would come over. Despite asking him not to, he came over anyway and let himself into her unlocked house. She then repeatedly told Platner she wasn't in the mood, but he persisted. They first scuffled on the couch and a sewing table was knocked over. This is Jenny Rasico speaking to CNN's Jake Tapper.
I remember just at first being like, hey, I'm not into this. Like, I'm not in the mood. Like, don't, whatever. And it got to the point where I was like, okay, I feel like I've said this enough times. Like, he's not listening to me or he's not hearing me. And I looked at him and I remember this very specific look in his eyes. And I could smell alcohol and I was like, this is different. He is.
Okay. I'm going to go back to that quote. She said, despite asking him not to, rather, he came over anyway and let himself into her unlocked house. So that sentence alone should make every investigator sit up. She told him not to come. According to her account, he came anyway. He entered through an unlocked door. People hear unlocked, and sometimes that their mind wanders towards permission. Listen, an unlocked door is not consent. Living in a place where people leave doors unlocked is not an invitation. The first alleged boundary violation happened before any sexual contact. She says she told him not to come, and he came. That matters, all right? So go ahead and roll it.
Heavily intoxicated. Like, and that blank stare was kind of like a photographic memory that I still have of that night. And his, that was me recognizing what the situation was. And this wasn't just like, oh, hey, somebody showed up and I'm going to tell him to go home. Like, he was heavily intoxicated, had intentions with me, and wasn't listening when I said no. I evaluated my safety. Like, a drunk person who's blackout drunk is in my home, has these intentions with me, has already caused this amount of destruction and not listening to me. And so I basically felt safest just complying.
Is there any way that he thought this was consensual or no? Just because...
I don't believe that you can think that that scenario was consensual. You have to understand that wasn't. When somebody is repeatedly, when somebody in the middle of it says, don't touch me, like, that's obviously not consensual.
Let me be as direct as I can. Did Graham Platner rape you?
By definition, yes.
Graham Platner has denied the allegations. This is a video he posted Monday afternoon.
I wanted to directly address the troubling, serious, and false allegations against me. Any accusation of non-consensual behavior is categorically false. We are taking the time to reflect on the best path forward for the state that I love, the people that I love, the movement I belong to, and the goal of defeating Susan Collins.
On Tuesday night, the executive director of the Maine Democratic Party, Devin Murphy Anderson, said Graham Platner's team had been trying to influence how the party might proceed if and when Platner drops out of the race.
All right. Go ahead and stop it right there. So this is where the entitlement question, all right, becomes institutional, so to speak. His campaign is facing a sexual assault allegation. The party is trying to determine what happens next. And according to the Maine Democratic Party, Platner's team was already attempting to shape the replacement process. Okay, you don't get to leave the house on fire and then choose the next fire chief. His campaign had already lost the moral authority to control the secession. Go ahead and play this clip.
Graham Platner's team has repeatedly reached out to us in an attempt to put their thumb on the scale of what this process looks like. We have repeatedly reiterated to Graham Platner's team that they have no role in determining our next Democratic nominee for the U.S. Senate, nor in determining what this process looks like. We have also reiterated that Graham Platner must drop out of this race so that Democrats in Maine can focus on defeating Susan Collins this November.
For more, we go to Maine, where we're joined by Amy Fried, Professor Emerita of Political Science at the University of Maine. She writes on Maine and politics on her Substack, Political Sightlines. Her latest piece headlined, "After Platner Withdraws, What's Next?" So, Professor Fried, thanks so much for being with us. You say after he withdraws. Are you confident he will? Talk about that, and then who are the various candidates who are being talked about?
Well, we can't be absolutely certain that Platner will withdraw. It is up to him. However, I think there's been enormous pressure since, as you pointed out, he has lost all of his endorsements, and I think he'll find it very difficult to go forward, really to raise any money, which interestingly and ironically was the reason that Janet Mills cited for her dropping out. And I think that there has been over time some pulling back from him from some Maine Democrats, starting with the sexting allegations and then the initial abuse story that the New York Times had, because those were issues that were more recent than some of the previous sorts of things, plus they involved behavior rather than merely words. So as to your question about, yeah,
no,
please go ahead.
Go ahead. Talk about what happens next. I mean, this is extremely new. I mean, Maine has not dealt with this before. Very few states have. And so talk about the schedule and then why this is so significant. I mean, whoever this Democratic candidate is takes on Susan Collins. But like your background there, where you're sitting, Maine is a blue state. It has voted for the presidential candidate from 2000 right through to Kamala Harris. Susan Collins is a Republican senator. It is a key decider, that position of who will control the Senate. So start with the calendar of what, next Monday he would have to pull out by, and if he doesn't, his name will remain on the ballot?
Right. There's no way to force Platner off the ballot. He has to make the decision. Otherwise, the only way that a nominee can be replaced is if they're seriously ill or passes away, something like that. But he would have to make the decision by Monday, and then there's 2 weeks for the Maine Democratic Party to pick someone else. And they have yet to develop a process, but the leadership of the Maine Democratic Party has said that they...
Pause it right there. They have yet to develop a process. In my opinion, that right there is the second scandal. They had no process. And this is one of the most important Senate races in America. The nominee had accumulated serious controversies. There had already been reporting about women describing disturbing conduct, and the party still had no clear emergency plan. That's what I mean when I ask where the vetters were. Vetting is more than searching somebody's social media. It means pressure testing a candidate before the voters are asked to trust them. Okay? It means asking whether there are unresolved allegations, former partners, employment records, military records, legal exposure, or personal conduct that could blow up the whole race. Look, somebody failed, and voters are now paying for that failure. Go ahead and roll the clip.
They plan to have something as inclusive and transparent as possible. Now, what exactly that will look like is unclear at this point, and I don't think they're going to release a plan until, Mr. Platner drops out, assuming that he does. But various things that I've heard floated include things like some caucuses or even some kind of convention, which perhaps could be in person or maybe virtual. But it's a very complicated logistical matter, really. How do you bring people together? Are there spaces available in the Maine summer when we have many tourists visiting? And exactly how can this be accomplished?
Of course, there are comparisons made to what happened when Joe Biden announced Kamala Harris would replace him. The concern that people felt that they didn't have a role in choosing who would be the Democratic candidate. If you can talk about who the possibilities are at this point.
Well, the names that I've heard floated the most are individuals who ran for governor recently. The primary for the Maine governor was the same day as the Senate primary, so it wasn't very long ago. And the top finishers that are closest to Platner and have the most credibility, probably more broadly with the electorate, include Troy Jackson, who is from a working class background. He was a logger and he was the Senate president.
Okay, hold it right there. So Troy Jackson, logger, working class roots, labor support, former president of the Maine Senate, it's a candidate with an actual political record and an existing relationship with the people Platner claim to represent. Listen, if the party chooses someone else through a backroom maneuver, they better have a very good explanation, because the replacement cannot look like the establishment reclaiming a ballot line after the voters rejected its preferred politics.
He was very much supported by Maine labor unions. And then also Shanna Bellows, who's the sitting Secretary of State.
Just to be clear, Troy Jackson ran to be the Democratic nominee for governor in Maine and lost in the primary to Hannah Pingree. So far, he's the only possible replacement to Graham Platner, who's filed paperwork to formally explore a bid for the Senate. I wanted to go to an ad released by his campaign for governor.
I'm a logger from Allagash. In '98, we were getting squeezed by greedy billionaires trying to replace us. So we blocked the border. When they arrested us, they thought they'd won. But I was just getting started. For 20 years, I fought against the corporations and Republicans who've been holding us back in Maine. I'm Troy Jackson, and I'm the only Democrat for governor endorsed by Bernie Sanders. And my only special interest is you.
So that's Troy Jackson. And one of the issues that has been raised is the issue of the movement, which is definitely pulling away, to say the least, from Graham Platner. But the positions he took on different issues, from, Medicare for all, endless wars, these kinds of issues, if you could address that, and then go on to other candidates.
Sure, those are very important issues, and they're important in Maine, they're important in other states, and I think those are good messages to take to the general election. There's also been, I think, increasing knowledge about the damage that Susan Collins has done. She's run for a very long time in positioning herself with this moderate, centrist, bipartisan brand that just doesn't seem to hold up very well when she has a record of voting 95% of the time with Donald Trump last year.
If you can talk about her role in the Supreme Court and Trump's nominees for the Supreme Court, particularly Brett Kavanaugh.
Absolutely. There was enormous amount of organization when she was deciding whether to support Brett Kavanaugh, to try to dissuade her from doing so. And she took that vote before the last election, before the last Senate election in 2020, where she was reelected. But at that time, she said that she believed that Justice Kavanaugh would not vote to overturn Roe. Now we have that in the rearview mirror, and we know that he did indeed do so. So it, casts a lot of questions on her credibility, her judgment, whether she was even being honest about it. And she has supported many other federal judges who Trump has nominated as well. And they're part of the situation as well. So I'd say that Collins is vulnerable, and she was vulnerable in 2020. That's a long, complicated story as to how that turned out. But going forward, I think that her seat is still at risk with the right candidate, and it's just enormously important for control of the Senate. Also, if Platner stays in, there's money that will flow elsewhere, national money that was going to be spent in Maine on the Senate rate from both sides is not going to probably be spent here. And instead, it'll go against Democratic candidates in other swing states. So it has implications not only for control of the Senate, which is itself enormous, but also on other Senate races that could be winnable by Democrats.
Let's go to Sheena Bellows. She is the Secretary of State for Maine. This was her ad for governor.
Growing up in Maine, like so many families, we didn't have it easy. We didn't have running water or electricity until I was in the 5th grade, but somehow my parents never made us feel poor. My dad was a carpenter who worked hard to support us. My mom worked factory jobs, making light bulbs and Christmas wreaths. My parents taught me that if you want something, you work hard. No shortcuts, no excuses. And while we're paying our taxes or helping our parents measure out their medications, our country is being demolished by a greedy, unelected billionaire who thinks his dollars are more powerful than our voices. Right now, we need leaders who will meet the moment.
So that was Sheena Bellows. If you can talk about her campaign and what it would mean if she were to run.
Secretary Bellows has a really long history of doing a number of different things in Maine. She was very active in a number of rights organizations. She was at one time the head of the Maine ACLU. At another point, she was the head of the Maine Holocaust and Human Rights Center. She worked a lot on the marriage equality campaign, so she's very active in LGBTQ plus rights. And she, was elected to the legislature, and then she's been serving as Secretary of State. She made news a couple of years ago nationally because a case came to her challenging the eligibility of Donald Trump on the ballot under 14th Amendment insurrection grounds, and she ruled that he was not eligible. That, of course, was overturned by the Supreme Court, but it was a kind of major decision that she made, I think, based on the evidence before her and the legal briefs before her. So she's been a very, very stalwart advocate for voting rights. And I think she has a lot going for her as a potential candidate as well.
And finally, in this last minute, there's Dr. Nirav Shah. There's, of course, there's the governor who suspended her campaign as Graham Platner was crushing her in the Democratic primary for Senate, Governor Janet Mills. If you can talk about, as you all move forward, what would it mean if Platner stayed in the race?
If Platner stayed in the race, I think it would be extremely difficult to beat Susan Collins. I think there already were a number of.
Okay, let's pause right there. Listen, again, this was recorded before he suspended the campaign. This is the political reality everyone was staring at. Had he stayed, the race likely would have become a referendum on him instead of Susan Collins. That would have handed Republicans one of the most important Senate seats in the country. The allegation endangered the race. The failed vetting endangered the race. The delay in responding endangered the race. The people who were supposed to protect this seat were reacting after the bomb had already gone off. So let's just play this to the end.
People who were feeling like maybe they couldn't support him after the abuse allegations. They might not have voted for Susan Collins, but they might have sat it out instead. And I just don't think that he's going to have a path forward. His numbers in polling went down significantly after the sexting and the initial abuse story.
Okay, now we move from the institutional failure to the human cost. Because women watching this story are hearing the same questions they have heard for generations. Why did she wait? Why did she stay quiet? Why should we believe her now? I think the next clip answers those questions with anger, pain, and the kind of exhaustion that comes from having to explain the same thing over and over again. Let's go ahead and roll this clip.
I really don't want to fucking talk about this, but I need all of you Graham Platner dick sucks to understand this. There are a lot of people, particularly a lot of men, who are saying things like, well, they're just accusations. And why did it take her so long to say anything? And why now? And should we really trust her?
Listen, this clip that we're looking at answers a lot of questions. All right. It answers it with pain, like I said before. Forget the, you know, campaign strategy, like I said before. I spent 20 years as a police officer speaking with victims. Some reported immediately. right? Some waited, some never reported at all. Trauma doesn't arrive in a clean timeline built for television or politics. So I really need you to listen closely to what she says about silence, shame, the criminal justice system, and what changes when the man you remember suddenly appears on television asking for power. So here are the things I want you to watch for. Watch how she connects the delay in reporting, right? The punishment survivors expect when they come forward, and the moment silence becomes impossible because the accused person is seeking public power.
I was
Play the clip. Go ahead.
sexually assaulted in 2012. I did not report it to the police. I did not tell hardly anyone about it. To this day, I haven't told many people about it. And part of the reason that I didn't tell anyone about it is because the way women are socialized in this culture, it took me almost a year to understand that what happened to me was not my fault.
Okay, stop it right there. That is what people miss when they ask why somebody waited. Sometimes the survivor simply doesn't immediately possess a clear story about what happened. There can be shame, confusion, self blame, a mind trying to turn the experience into something less frightening than it was. Before she could tell the police, the public, or even the people closest to her, she first had to understand it herself.
And certainly by then, there would be no evidence. And even if I had reported it.
Hold up, hold up. She just said, listen, did you hear what she just said? Certainly by then, there would be no evidence. Now, you, you see the trap? Trauma can delay recognition. That delay can erase evidence. Then the absence of evidence gets used to question the survivor. The psychological response to the assault becomes part of the defense against the allegation. That is one reason these cases are so difficult. Roll it.
To the police at the time. There's like a 1 in 2,000 chance that the guy would have been found guilty and would have had to serve time. Plus, a lot of people don't know this, but the investigations that they do on you when you report is something that many feminists have referred to as the second rape.
Okay, stop it right there. She is describing the investigation itself becoming another violation, right? The interviews, the intimate questions, the examination of her choices, her clothes, her relationships, her messages, her uh, sexual history. The accused person is under investigation. The survivor often feels like she is too. That doesn't mean the investigation should disappear. It means we should understand why many victims decide they cannot survive the process. Go ahead, play the clip.
Because it is so invasive. It is so violating. And so many women would rather just get on with their lives, not reach.
That decision doesn't mean nothing happened, okay? It can mean the survivor has calculated the cost. She knows the case may take years. She knows the odds of conviction may be low. She knows her life may become public property. So she chooses survival over prosecution. People call that silence. Sometimes it's triage. Roll the clip.
Traumatize themselves at the time or continue to traumatize themselves over the years it takes to get this case to court, which will most likely result in a not guilty verdict. And even if it results in a guilty verdict, there won't be any time served. There won't be any real consequences. Brock fucking Turner, do I need to remind you pieces of shit? That motherfucker, there was no doubt what he did. There was no doubt that he raped an unconscious woman, but he got a guilty verdict with a sentence of 6 months, 3 of which he actually served. And that is with damning, undeniable evidence. So what happened to the women accusing Graham Platner? What happened to E. Jean Carroll? What happened to all of these women that you motherfuckers keep saying, well, why did she take so long? And she had the responsibility. She should have reported. Fuck you! I hope someone fucks you. I hope someone fucks you without your permission. And then you go to the police. And then you get to do the second rape. And then no one believes you. And then you try to drag this motherfucker through court. And that he gets everyone's sympathy and you get none. They don't want to ruin his life. He has a bright future.
Well, she just say they don't want to ruin his life. He has a bright future. Okay. There it is right there. The future of the accused becomes precious, right? His career, his reputation, his family, his potential. The survivor's future gets treated like collateral damage. That is how institutions reveal whose life they consider salvageable. Play the clip.
Future. Your life is fucked, but fuck you, who cares? You're just a woman. You're just a hole that got penetrated. What happened to me was in 2012. I still haven't told many people about it. But you want to know something? If that motherfucker were on TV every day talking about how he's the future and everyone was...
Stop. This answers the question, why now? Because private pain changes when the person you remember is suddenly asking the public for power. She is saying that watching him receive applause, endorsements, money, and political authority could force her to speak after years of silence. That's not campaign timing, all right? That is a survivor realizing that silence may help elevate the person she says harmed her. Roll the clip.
Clapping for him and saying, oh, we love you so much. Oh, you're going to save the party. And working his way into becoming one of the most powerful people on the fucking planet. You bet I would be on Politico, CNN, MSNBC, Joe Rogan, Fox News. I don't give a fuck. You bet your ass I would be telling everyone now.
So that right there, that's the answer. Why now? Because now he's on television. Now he's asking voters to trust him. Now people are calling him the future. Now the private memory has public consequences. A delayed disclosure can still have a clear trigger. Play the video.
And if you can't understand that, and I am being extremely gracious to you by even believing any of you are asking these questions in good faith, because I think a good number of you are rapists and have repeatedly crossed the line with women and continue to repeatedly cross the line with women. And that is why you're worried. This is why we don't come forward. If you're a responsible human being, if you're an ally to women and children, you will take one fucking look at Graham Platner and say, good, I hope he goes down to hell forever and never comes back. Women are done. We are fucking done being thrown under the bus so that men can have their feelings restored. So that men...
That is the political warning right there. Women are tired of being told to protect the movement, the candidate, the election, the party, and the future while their own pain gets treated as an inconvenience. Every time a party asks women to swallow the harm for the sake of women, it suspends trust it may never recover. This is what happens when you try to run over women voters.
Can continue to pursue their ultimate dreams on our fucking backs. We are done with that shit. And if you're an ally to women, you're done with that shit. And if you're not done with that shit, we're done with you. Go.
Okay, stop it right there. That's where exhaustion becomes a boundary. She is no longer pleading for understanding. She is declaring the cost of refusing to understand. Political parties should hear this clearly. Women are voters, women are organizers, women are donors. Women are the people campaigns repeatedly asked to clean up the wreckage. At some point, they stop cleaning. Play the clip.
Go join MAGA. Go be with your kind. We don't want you here. Well, it means Democrats will keep losing. Fine. Because women will endure. We always have. After 12,000 years of this bullshit, we're still here. And we're still enduring. And we will endure more pieces of shit like you until we eliminate every last motherfucking one of you. Because the fact of the matter is, if every man dropped dead right fucking now, every man, good men, nice men, lovely men, if you all dropped dead right fucking now, women would survive. The species would survive. There's enough sperm in sperm banks to keep the human race going for generations without you. And over that time, new men would be born and we would raise them right. And then we wouldn't need any of this shit. And I think deep down you all know that. And that's why you're like this.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Her anger is sharp. Some of her language goes further than I would, but I'm not in her shoes. The machinery underneath her, underneath us all, it's unmistakable. Survivors are asked why they waited. Then they are punished for waiting. They are asked why they spoke. Then they are accused of ruining a man's future. Women are expected to absorb the damage so everybody else can keep moving. So the next um woman speaking out here, this creator takes that frustration and aims it directly at Platner's belief that he should still influence what happens after him. This is where the audacity becomes almost impossible to ignore. So I thought the most unbelievable part of this story, right, was the allegation. Then I watched Graham Platner's farewell speech again, and I realized he wasn't just defending himself. Okay, he was trying to influence who replaced him, and you think about it. That takes a level of political entitlement. I have a hard time understanding. And one thing I kept asking myself while preparing tonight's show was, did I really hear that correctly? Did Graham Platner, while denying a essay allegation while watching his campaign collapse, still believe he should shape what came after him? Apparently, yes. Let's go ahead and roll this next video.
Please give me the power of a mediocre white man to demand that whoever my party picks to replace me.
Okay, right off the bat here. Hold on. That line there is funny. What did she say? Please give me the power of a mediocre white man. It's funny because satire usually exaggerates something that already exists. She's mocking the assumption that somebody at the center of a scandal this serious still believes they deserve to influence what happens next. Now let's see whether that criticism holds up.
Has to be exactly like me. Motherfucker, why would we want people to be exactly like you? You're a rapist, allegedly. I need that level of delusion, audacity, gall, if you will. Please and thank you. Please give me the.
So let's just stop it right there. This clip intersects perfectly, right, with Ratner's own farewell slip. Remember what he said? He said,
I guess,
the
I'm
process.
happy.
Hold on here. Getting too far ahead. Scroll back. Yeah, let's stop right there. So, listen. His own campaign was reportedly trying to influence what was reportedly trying to influence what that process, what the whole process looked like. And when she called him out, she said, "You're a rapist." Allegedly. I when I was listening to this, I kind of appreciate the fact that she corrected herself. Okay. That word allegedly, it matters. We're talking about an allegation that Platner denies. The criminal justice system exists for a reason, but politically, there's another question. Whether you're guilty or innocent, have you lost the moral authority to decide who comes after you? I think the answer is yes.
You will. Please and thank you. Please give me the.
Okay, we're missing the rest of that clip right there. But I think we've heard everything we need to hear right there. Okay? Listen, we started the night talking about allegations. Now we're talking about legitimacy. Those are different conversations. A criminal court determines guilt. The public determines trust. The Democratic Party determines who carries its banner. Those are three different responsibilities. Now, we're going to hear the most thoughtful critique of this entire controversy, not because it attacks Graham Platner, but because it refuses to turn this into a touchdown dance. FD Signifier understood something that a lot of people on the internet forgot. There are victims here, and there are supporters who were deceived. And that's FD Signifier. He's one voice on YouTube I wanted to include tonight because this isn't somebody chasing clicks. This isn't somebody trying to dunk on another creator. This is somebody who saw warning signs early and, more importantly, refused to celebrate when those warnings turned into tragedy. His name again is FD Signifier. And if you spend any time in progressive YouTube, particularly around race, masculinity, black politics, media criticism, and internet culture, he's one of the most respected voices in that space. So let's go ahead and roll him. Oh, by the way, um, when FD speaks, let me just add this. When FD speaks, other creators pay attention. His audience isn't built on outrage, it's built on analysis. And that's one of the reasons I wanted his perspective on tonight's show. Because unlike a lot of people, he wasn't interested in winning an argument. He was interested in understanding what just happened. So finally, let's go ahead and play this.
I guess, I'm happy, right? Having kind of tried as nice as I possibly could to illustrate the problem here early on. But unlike other folks in this greater content space, this is not necessarily the like I don't take any solace in the way this is turning out.
Okay, stop it right there. That sentence immediately separates FD from a lot of the internet. He's saying, I warn people, but I'm not happy I was right. That's maturity right there. Too much political content has become, I told you so. FD starts somewhere different. He starts with grief. Roll it.
It's actually really weird and lame, some of the response I'm seeing from certain creators that are uglier and more broke and less talented and charismatic than myself. So let's start there. Right? So certain creators in this space that are ugly and have bad breath and bad teeth and can't get anybody to watch them talk about can't get anybody to watch their videos unless they put bigger, more interesting people's faces on their thumbnails, right? Are running around, and it's really indicative of like the difference in ethos, in character, and what their real politics are, that the response to this from some of them is the same response I had when the Bears beat the Packers.
Okay, let's pause right. Look, this may be the most important sentence in the entire clip. Politics has become sports. Your team scores, my team loses. Some creators were reacting to a credible essay allegation like somebody just won the Super Bowl. FD is saying that's sick. There are victims here, there are supporters who trusted this man. This isn't a touchdown. Play it.
It's something I'm going to talk about it in a piece coming up, but like the kayfabification, the sportsification of leftist politics for a lot of white creators and consumers, and some black creators and consumers. But that element of it is so unappealing and gross to me. And I think it's unappealing and gross in general to a larger population, which is why these types of creators struggle to maintain momentum for their content, momentum for what they have to offer to the space.
So there it is. Normal people don't respond this way. You don't celebrate. You don't spike the football. You don't make yourself the hero of somebody else's trauma. That's exactly why I didn't want tonight's show to become look how right I was. That's cheap. All right. And I think FD here deserves a lot of credit. He wasn't trying to cancel Platner, right? He wasn't trying to embarrass people. He was trying to show viewers a pattern. That's actually what XVOA here tries to do. We're less interested in personalities than the machinery that keeps producing those uh, personalities. And I think maybe this clip might have shut off a little earlier than one. There was something else he said that I wanted to make note of here. He said there were way too many white leftists emotionally invested in this man. And that's where we get to the heart of FD's argument here. He's not saying that white progressives consciously wanted this outcome. He's asking why so many people ignore the obvious warning signs. Why this particular man received so much emotional investment. That's a harder question than did Graham Platner lie. Now, whether people agree with FD or not, the argument that he wants to make, he believes Platner fit an idealized image, right? Working class, veteran, masculine, bearded, tattooed, anti establishment, white. FD Signify's question isn't why did Graham Platner fool people? It's why did so many people want to believe this particular version of a political savior? There's a that is a completely different conversation. Platter said, not Platter, FD Signifier said something else on this clip. He said, you excuse those things because Platner represents something meaningful to you. What is he trying to say here? Young, the Swiss psychologist, right? Carl Jung would probably call this projection. FD Signifier calls it something different, but the mechanism is similar. People don't just vote for candidates. Sometimes they vote for the person they wish existed. Sometimes they defend an image instead of a human being. That's why red flags become invisible. Another thing, FD Signifier, I remember him saying, he said, black folks clocked him immediately. And this right here is where black historical memory enters the conversation. I agree with FD. So me and FD, we aren't claiming black people are magically better judges of character. What he's saying is many black Americans have spent generations learning to read power, to read performance, to read who gets the benefit of the doubt and who doesn't. That experience becomes a kind of political instinct. Sometimes it's wrong, sometimes it's remarkably accurate. And, in this case, seems like black audiences saw something many white progressives didn't. So, whether you agree with FD Signifier or not, he slowed the conversation down. He reminded everybody there are victims, there are supporters, there are people whose trust was manipulated. And if your first instinct is to celebrate, you've already made yourself the center of someone else's tragedy. So, don't be surprised that not everyone responded to the way FD did. Some people saw the collapse as a chance to settle scores. Some people saw victims and immediately thought about content. That's where we're going next. Now, One of the biggest mistakes political YouTube makes is confusing being correct with being wise. The creator you're about to watch next is the Tabernacle. If you follow progressive politics in the United Kingdom, you've already heard of him. He's one of the most prominent left wing political commentators in Britain and has built a substantial international audience by covering American politics, media, imperialism, and online political culture from the outside looking in. He's been critical of Graham Platner from the very beginning, and on many of the facts, he was right. But I also want to show you where I think we should be careful because once victims enter the story, being right is no longer enough. Go ahead and roll this.
Now, this has led to all the members of the Graham Platner left to abandon him finally because this is the red line for them. Not all the other stuff, that was pretty terrible. This is the red line. And even though there was an article about a month ago that detailed a lot of disturbing behavior by him with ex-partners, they defended this and said because one of the women who came forward with these allegations, because she was someone who was a conservative, who worked in conservative politics, she was a liar, and it was some sort of smear campaign against Graham Platner, despite the fact the woman who recently has on the record credibly accused him of sexual assault, she was actually featured in that article, and she spoke about concerning things to do with him. And I want to speak about this today, and lots of people have been in my comments because I have criticized this guy since day one. I said supporting him is absolutely racist, and supporting him is absolutely ridiculous as well. And I said that back in October 2025. But for people like Hassan Piker and the Majority Report, someone like Graham Platner being a veteran of some of the worst wars this century is actually a good thing, which is even more bizarre because he's not exactly repentant about his service. Let's get this straight before we talk about the video. Graham Platner is not a Ron Kovic figure. He is not someone who was brainwashed and served in the military because of this brainwashing, came out disillusioned, and then spent his life fighting against US militarism and protesting all these wars, including the Iraq War. Graham Platner was a guy who said he knew the Iraq War was wrong and then did like 3 tours of Iraq in some of the most like brutal battles there where the most civilians died, in places like Fallujah that had been permanently poisoned. And then he left the military after serving in Afghanistan and Iraq. And in 2018, in his like early 30s, he joined Blackwater after they changed their name because they'd massacred Iraqis, and then under Donald Trump's presidency served as a contractor for the US government in Afghanistan. So the rehabilitation of this guy already, I've spoke about before, it's insane. Because, again, he's not a Ron Kovic figure. He's not even like an Oliver Stone figure, someone who became disillusioned with the military and the US government and made like these works talking about the Vietnam War. This guy has actually said on Reddit he wishes he could have fought in the Vietnam War. I just don't understand how American leftists, especially white American leftists, are so easily fooled by these people believing they are like someone who's going to lead the revolution, and they're actually good because they were in the military and then became a leftist. And then you shouldn't be surprised when more controversy comes out that yes, this guy also has a Nazi tattoo on his chest, which fits in line with a lot of stuff we know about the War on Terror era. Someone else saying, I'm sorry, Emma, but working for Blackwater and having the Totenkopf tattoo is not a demonstration of humanist principles. She says, he addressed his stint in Blackwater in our interview. It's difficult for veterans to integrate back into society and find jobs that fit them. He needed the money. It was for a short period. I find this whole discourse about his background to be elitist. No, this is such an insane take. And again, proving my point about white American leftists, criticizing someone after having a career in the US military going to Iraq and Afghanistan for going back to Afghanistan to work for the worst PMC in modern history under Donald Trump to destroy Afghanistan again, criticizing someone who did that because they needed money is elitist. To Emma, I knew people from Afghanistan at university, right? And they were leftists as well. And do you know who they hated the most? They hated Americans. And I'm not joking. These are people who obviously have a country that used to be run by the Taliban. And one of my friends who was an Afghan leftist, he actually remembers that, and he hated Americans the most. So Emma, if you want to go tell him that he'd be elitist for hating Graham Platner and thinking it's a bad thing he was a mercenary, like, be my guest. What would you actually say to that guy? White leftists, we have to do a little better when it comes to thinking about global capitalism and not basically showing everyone around the world who isn't American that, yeah, you don't give a fuck if people kill them, and you'll still prop them up and sanitize their image even when they have something like a Nazi tattoo. And it's something that I've fallen out with other leftist creators over, who absolutely hate the fact that I despise this guy and I despise everything he stands for. But I think he is a great microcosm of what is wrong with online leftist politics and the cult of personality, not just with Graham Platner, but with various leftist media figures or YouTubers that then kind of dictates the conversation, and it becomes hard for people to speak out. And I said this on Twitter. Basically, I know loads of people were against Graham Platner, but I also know loads of people wouldn't speak up about it because the dominating personalities of the online left all supported him. So it made it very hard for people to come out and criticize him because you get dogpiled by their audiences. And I think it says so much about the lack of responsibility these creators feel to the truth, the lack of responsibility they feel to even just like anti-imperialism. They completely get excited by the worst candidates time and again, and then gaslight all their followers into thinking they're good. And why I said I care about this is because you've seen my analytics in other videos. I share an audience of all of these people. So many of you watch all of these people. And on this channel, one of the things I hope I do is promote some sort of anti-imperialism. And then I have these other competing channels or channels in my ecosystem who come along and say, yeah, like veterans who did 3 tours of Iraq, 1 of Afghanistan, got a Nazi tattoo to celebrate it, said they enjoyed the war, and said so much terrible shit about other wars they wish they fought in. He's actually good, and he should actually be given political power, and you should trust him despite the fact he was in the US imperialist machine until he was 34 years old and constantly lies about his service, even to the point where he said he wasn't in Blackwater. And online leftists gaslight you into thinking this guy is some sort of savior for you. And I actually feel bad, and I'll start on this point. I feel bad for a lot of people because as leftist content creators, we are given this privileged position by you guys, the audience, because you look to us for our political opinions, you respect us for our political opinions. Many of us have been fortunate enough to have educations in politics. I know people like Hassan have degrees in politics. I know people like Hassan and Emma Vigilant have gone to private schools and they're very well educated, they're very smart. I myself, although didn't go to private school, I did a history degree at a good university. I did a master's degree at another one as well. And I've had that luxury in my life, and that is what inspired me to do a YouTube channel about politics. And I guess that privilege of education has allowed people to maybe respect my opinion on things. I feel responsibility to people to really speak the truth, and I feel it in my political convictions that I'm not going to be swayed by being everyone's best mate. But that is the problem. I feel like on the online left, it's so cliquey. It's probably not as bad as it used to be when I started with the lolicon enjoyer and his hangers-on, but there is still that element where there are prominent voices, the Majority Report, Zateo and Mehdi Hassan, Hassan himself, Secular Talk and Carl Kalinske, Breaking Points and Crystal Ball and Ryan Grimm. These are like the thought leaders in the online left, and you pretty much will find no, I guess, debate between them. They're not all the same, but they're not going to go against each other no matter what. But that also trickles down to smaller creators, where so many smaller creators, and I'm not talking about small creators, but smaller than these people, they are just scared to go against them because they're afraid of losing their own audiences. And I'm not calling them cowards necessarily, but there is this hive mind in the online left where people do not want to speak out of fear of being ostracized and being unpopular. And it also makes it easier for the hive mind to demonize people who come out against them because the voices are so fringe. So what has happened to me recently is I've been...
All right, I've got to disagree with that. That's not how the algorithm work. I would propose the opposite of what he's proposing, that the algorithm encourages these kind of spats between creators. Go ahead and play the tape.
Put together with Bad Empanada a lot because we're two people who hated Graham Platner first and also two people who speak about Israel in a certain way. So we're always thrown together, even though we're not very similar, or we don't present ourselves similar, or we don't even talk about these things in a similar way. But it's because so much of the online left is so obsessed with this clique and being friends and being chill. And as much as I try and be nice to everyone, and I do try and be nice to everyone, as much as I try to offer substantial criticisms that don't divulge into personal insults, I want to keep it civil. I don't hate these people. I just want to criticize them. No one ever takes criticism well. And that's just the reality you have to deal with when you criticize people in a public forum. But again, there is this clique online. So that's how you get things like the rise of Graham Platner, who is directly tied to this clique online.
Well, I'm not buying his conclusion, but he is documenting something real here. A lot of influential creators defended Platner through controversy after controversy, and as we saw the past the past couple of days, actually, they only drew the line um, when it was clear and obvious um, assault, right? And that's a legitimate criticism. But the next question becomes, what do you do with that realization? Do you educate or do you prosecute? And also, what he touched upon, we're getting to something I think deserves real attention. Okay. That's how online media creates political celebrities. That's power. Okay. When you introduce someone repeatedly to your audience, you're lending them credibility. And with credibility comes responsibility. This is where I agree with Tabernacle. If you help build somebody's public image, you also have an obligation to explain how you got it wrong. And this whole thing is bigger than Graham Platner. Okay. It's also about mythology. Every movement eventually starts, creating these heroes. And the danger isn't having heroes. The danger is falling in love with the story before you've examined the person. That's how vetting fails. Okay. Um, and I get it. Most supporters are not investigators. They trusted people they already trusted. And that's different from lying. It's also why I keep saying tonight there are multiple victims here. The primary victim is Jenny Rassicot, if her allegation is true. But thousands of ordinary supporters were also deceived. They invested hope, time, money, and trust. Um, and if we're talking about accountability, not cancellation, all right. I'm not talking about that. Accountability. If your platform helped elevate someone and you got it wrong, tell your audience. Explain what you missed. Explain why you missed it. Teach people how to avoid making the same mistake again. And that's what you call leadership, right? Don't build your politics around personalities, right? Not mine, not Tabernacles, not FD signifiers, not anybody's. Follow evidence, follow principles, follow history, because movements built around personalities eventually become hostage to those personalities. Movements built around principles survive. Resume to the end. So, Tabernacle, he gave he gave us an international perspective. He reminds us that American, he reminds us that American political media doesn't exist in isolation. The world is watching how we choose our heroes and how we respond when those heroes fall. And where I leave this particular section here is simple. Being right is valuable. Helping people become wiser is even more valuable. And let's put the verdict, back where it belongs. Back in the hands of the people. Now, we spent the first half of this broadcast asking what happens when a movement puts too much faith in one man. Now, we're going to pivot to Texas, where a completely different problem is unfolding. Not the collapse of trust, but the assumption that black voters will be there to clean up somebody's political mess. Let's go ahead and get this next clip set up.
Anti-black or whatever.
Whoa,
It's
whoa, whoa.
where so many smaller
Too
creators.
far back, too far forward. There we go. Talarico and Crockett. Let's get it started.
Now that Juneteenth is past, we can finally go back to this channel's treasured pastime of trashing black women. Did you guys see the shit Jasmine Crockett?
Okay, listen, I got to tell you, I need to fill you in on who we're talking about, right here. First, let me say that James Talarico right now, he's having a real problem with black voters in Texas. And this kind of commentary is going to make that problem worse. The man you are about to hear, the man you're seeing on the screen there, is Vosh. His real name is Ian Koczynski. He is one of the largest and most influential political streamers on the American online left, with an audience built around aggressive debate, reaction videos, gaming culture, and a deliberately confrontational style. He came out of the same broad online ecosystem as Destiny and became prominent by presenting himself as the loud, combative left wing answer to right wing internet personalities. He's also accumulated years of controversy over racial language, edgelord rhetoric, misogynistic framing, and the way he speaks about black people, particularly black women. FD Signifier, who you heard earlier, and other black creators have repeatedly raised a larger concern about this corner of the online left. White male creators can learn the vocabulary of anti-racism while still treating black people as objects to diagnose, discipline, ridicule, and order around. And this clip is just a perfect example of that. Walsh believes he's defending the Democratic nominee. What he actually gives us here is a caricature of leftist racism that could help Ken Paxton win. And let me establish my position here before we start. I want James Talarico to defeat Ken Paxton, okay? This segment is not an argument for black voters to sit home. It's an argument about what Talarico and the Democratic Party must do to earn the turnout they need. Look, Jasmine Crockett lost the primary. She does not control black voters. She also doesn't owe anybody a performance of cheerful submission, right? After an ugly campaign. And black Texans are not hostages because they have political demands. Listen for the language Vosh uses. Listen to how quickly a disagreement with one black woman becomes an indictment of her intelligence, her maturity, her career, her race, and eventually black voters themselves. We're going to start at the beginning. I want you to catch that opening right out the gate there. Oh, this is the Platner image. So I'm back too far. You need to go to Talarico and Crockett.
Vote blue no matter who.
Ooh. There we go. All right, it's coming up, coming up. Here we go.
Now that Juneteenth is past, we can finally go back to this channel's treasured pastime of trashing black women. Did you guys see the shit Jasmine Crockett?
Okay. He announces the problem as a joke. He knows his channel has a reputation for targeting black women. He knows the audience recognizes the pattern. And instead of asking why that pattern exists, he turns it into a punchline. That is how irony launders as, hostility. Say the ugly thing with a wink, then anybody who objects gets accused of missing the joke. Juneteenth lasted one day. The content came back on schedule here. All right, play this.
Said, oh my fucking God, what a stupid bitch. She.
Okay. So listen, we are barely into the video. We're barely into the argument. He has already called a sitting black congressman a stupid B word. Before discussing turnout, before discussing campaign outreach, before discussing what Talarico has done to repair the relationship, this is the emotional center of this clip here. The rest is justification. Once contempt takes the wheel, every fact gets arranged to support the content. And let me say this plainly, you cannot build a coalition with people you enjoy humiliating. Go ahead and roll this.
Is refusing to attend the Texas Democrat convention because she's salty that she lost to Talarico, even though Talarico has still not said a single goddamn negative thing about her. Crockett has also said she's not sure whether Democrats, particularly black voters, have united fully behind Talarico. Maybe if you fucking supported him, they would.
All right, stop right there. There is the buried premise right there. Black voters belong to Jasmine Crockett. If she gives the order, they just move. If she refuses, she's withholding them. That right there is plantation politics wearing progressive clothes. Listen to me. Black voters are adults. They evaluate candidates. They remember campaigns. They notice disrespect. They have material demands. Talarico won the nomination, so the responsibility for building that coalition now responds to Talarico. The woman who lost the primary is not his turnout director. Okay, play this crap.
And the rest of the ticket, she said the lack of a black nominee for major statewide office could damper enthusiasm among some voters. I've not heard a bunch of kumbaya, she said. People don't seem to be convinced at this point, but there's a lot of time between now and November. Asked whether she would actively support Talarico's campaign, Crockett said, I have no idea. I'm more focused on down ballot race in general. This is a fucking Democrat Texas Senate seat, you bitch! This shit should be like, you should be fucking exiled from the Democratic Party. They need to send your ass to the fucking Antarctica. Vote blue no matter who. Insane. Do you have any idea how bad it would make Talarico look if he refused to support Jasmine Crockett if he had lost? She never had a single fucking talking point other than I'm black and I deserve this seat because I'm black. And we're all surprised that she's acting this way.
Okay. What did you just say there? She never had a single effing talking point other than I'm black and I deserve this seat because I'm black. Listen, that is a lie right there. That is a lie dressed up as analysis. You may dislike Crockett's campaign. You may believe Talarico ran the better campaign. You may believe she mishandled the aftermath. Now, reducing her entire candidacy to I'm black, therefore I deserve the seat, erases her record, her arguments, her voters, and the legitimate question of black representation in a state where black voters are central to the Democratic coalition. This is what racial contempt does, y'all. It flattens the black person until only the stereotype remains.
Well, I knew. Jesus Christ. She won't be exiled. She'll be promoted for her devotion to hierarchy. Yeah. She's going to be on Democrat talk shows. She's going to be, over and over again. She's basically dead career-wise at the moment. Masaigu, I know you're always Masaigu. You're always very quick to massage my brain. You're doing this to my head right now. You're saying the Democratic Party isn't as bad as you think it is. Wrong! It's actually worse. Right now, Democratic media should be destroying Jasmine Crockett's fucking life.
Stop. Destroying her life? Over what? She lost the primary. She has expressed resentment. She's questioned whether black voters are unified behind the nominee. She has not pledged enough emotional labor for his satisfaction. So the punishment should be the destruction of her life. That is wildly disproportionate. And disproportionate punishment is one of the oldest racial tells in American politics. A white male candidate can sulk, disappear, refuse endorsements, nurse grudges, and call it strategy. A black woman shows anger and suddenly exile is too merciful. Play this clip.
Anyone did this from the left, if Bernie did this, if AOC did this, if any progressive candidate said, I don't really know about supporting, especially for something as big as a Texas Senate seat. This is not like a, which Democrat wins afterwards, okay? This is a, like, neck and neck. Talarico, a godly man, against Ken Paxton, a child-raping demon from hell. Allegedly child raping. We don't know. We only know he supports child rape. We don't know if he's done it himself. We only know that he's morally in favor of it, and has used his power as attorney general in Texas to permit it and to defend child rapists. The demon from hell bit is not alleged. Yeah, it's really bad. Technically, she has endorsed him, but she just won't actively campaign for him. For her to do this, like, I don't know if black Texans support him while not herself supporting him is so fucking petty and so disgusting. She's actively trying to hold the black vote hostage in Texas because she doesn't feel coddled enough. She ran a shit campaign. She backstabbed Talarico
Okay,
by...
stop this. Stop. Look, the black vote cannot be held hostage because the black vote does not belong to James Talarico. That language exposes the entire problem. A hostage is property being withheld from its rightful owner. Black votes are earned. Black enthusiasm is earned. Black turnout requires organization, media outreach, local relationships, what field operations, policy commitments, and respect. Vosh is describing black political agency as extortion. That is exactly the kind of arrogance that turns a turnout problem into a defeat.
Signing up for the race like the last possible day you could do it. She was an entitled brat the entire way through. She lied about kicking a journalist out at the event. She lied about her campaign manager lied about their participation in the race. Like on every level she fucked up and she lost. And now she's trying to hold the black vote hostage. And she's going to keep doing this. She's going to keep doing this. Well, I don't know about Talarico not being anti-black or whatever. It's real bad. More focused on down ballot races. Look at how fucking petty she is. She said she received what she described as an afterthought invite on June 8th from Talarico based on the preview message in her cell phone. I had a missed call that I've not returned, nor have I listened to the message from Talarico, Crockett told the news. It seemed like an afterthought invite. I can't say for sure because I haven't listened to it. You are a fucking adult, Crockett! You're an adult! You're an adult! You have to pay taxes! Why are you acting like a fucking child?
There are fair questions here, okay? Why did Crockett leave the message unheard? Why has she resisted deeper engagement? What would constructive support look like? Those questions deserve answers, but Vosh cannot ask them without wrapping them in misogynoir, child. But listen to the words he's using: child, idiot, B word, petty, catty, emotionally immature. Every stereotype attached to black women gets pulled off the shelf here in this one little clip. The political disagreement becomes a character execution. And when people wonder why black women feel this coalition sees them as labor instead of leadership, play this clip.
Yeah, I haven't checked it because, like, I'm not about that. But, are you fucking kidding me? Does she think this makes her look good? I don't get it. Her literal only argument for being senator was that she's black. This woman is an idiot and is emotionally immature. And I was calling it the whole fucking time. She's genuinely stupid. She's stupid, and the only fucking... Literally, her entire reputation was built off of her being, like, trashy in Congress or whatever. Not just her being loudmouthed or oppositional, but her being, like, a petty catty bitch. Which is fine if backed by good political principles. But not all petty catty bitches are socialists, unfortunately. Just most of them.
Okay, this is where the performance swallows the politics, right? There's no policy analysis left. No coalition strategy, no examination of Talarico, no discussion of the pro Talarico super PAC ad Crockett described as racially manipulative, no discussion of outreach to black elected officials, black radio, black churches, black organizations, or black voters. Just a white male streamer entertaining his audience by degrading a black woman. This is why FD Signifier's criticism of these spaces matters. A creator can memorize progressive positions and still carry the same racial reflexes as the people he claims to oppose. Play this. Play it. Play.
That was her entire fucking selling point. I would know. I haven't checked the message. According to Talarico's campaign, he called Crockett and left a message suggesting she make the keynote speech at the convention. She looks so fucking bad here, man. She looks so fucking stupid. Jesus fucking Christ. This behavior would be embarrassing from like a YouTuber. Texas Democrat Party Chairman Kendall Schutter said the party contacted members of Crockett's staff and that she had been on an invitation to the convention since March. She'd been invited since March, and she had a personal phone message left by Talarico inviting her to make the keynote speech, and she didn't read it because she was too busy fucking acting like a petulant little bitch. And the Dems won't condemn her for it, and she'll make her way back in the party like another tumor. Yep. If any progressive acted this way, they would get fucking demolished by all Dem media, and they would be a pariah forever. A progressive.
Okay. Got some technical issues here. I will be right back. Sit tight.
Talk about that, and then who are the various candidates who are being
Okay. I am back. Sort of. Carolyn Bliss, thank you for joining us. Regina, if you're still here, thank you for joining us. We got Democracy's Gatekeeper in the room. All right. So if you're just joining us now, I am trying to get back to where I was. I'll tell you what happened back here. I lost one of my laptops. I thought it was plugged in all the way. Apparently, it was not. So we're going to have to pick up where we were with Vosh, and note to the editor who's got to edit this, we're going to have to somehow splice this together. So I think this is where we left off right here. We'll go ahead and play it.
You're a fucking adult, Crockett. You're an adult. You're an adult. You have to pay taxes. Why are you acting like a fucking child? Yeah, I haven't checked it because, like, I'm not about that. But, you know, are you fucking kidding me? Does she think this makes her look good? I don't get it. Her literal only argument for being senator was that she's black. This woman is an idiot and is emotionally immature. And I was calling it the whole fucking time. She's genuinely stupid. She's stupid, and the only...
Okay. This is a left-wing YouTuber streamer. Okay. This is not MAGA. All right. This is left-wing. Okay, go ahead and play it.
Fucking literally her entire reputation was built off of her being like trashy in Congress or whatever. Not just her being loudmouthed or oppositional, but her being like a petty catty bitch, which is fine if backed by good political principles. But not all petty catty bitches are socialists, unfortunately. Just most of them. That was her entire fucking selling point. I would know. I haven't checked the message. According to Talarico's campaign, he called Crockett and left a message suggesting she make the keynote speech at the convention. She looks so fucking bad here, man. She looks so fucking stupid. Jesus fucking Christ. This behavior would be embarrassing from like a YouTuber. Texas Democrat Party Chairman Kendall Schutter said the party contacted members of Crockett's staff and that she had been on an invitation to convention since March. She had been invited since March, and she had a personal phone message left by Talarico inviting her to make the keynote speech, and she didn't read it because she was too busy fucking acting like a petulant little bitch. And the Dems won't condemn her for it, and she'll make her way back in the party like another tumor. Yep. If any progressive acted this way, they would get fucking demolished by all Dem media, and they would be a pariah forever. A progressive would have to grit their teeth no matter how little dignity they were treated with during the election process, but she gets to be a petulant bitch, and she'll only be rewarded for it. Man, I hate her. I was so fucking right to be a hardliner on her. I was so correct. It sucks being a lefty. It can sometimes be a little bit fun being correct literally all of the time. Sometimes, you know?
Okay, what was that? What was that he said? I was so fucking right to be a hardliner on her. So There it is right there. That's the victory lap. The subject is no longer Texas here. The subject is Vosh being right about Jasmine Crockett. This is the same sportsification FD signifier earlier just warned us about. A black woman becomes the opposing team. Every ugly word becomes evidence of courage, and the audience gets the pleasure of watching their guy score. Meanwhile, James Talarico still needs black votes. Ken Paxton is still running. The coalition is still fractured. Nobody solved anything here.
Probably for the best she's not actually going. You know that if she was given the keynote speech, she would just bitch out Talarico. She would say some wishy-washy shit like, maybe if you'd chosen me, I would have unified the black vote, but you didn't, so maybe they're gonna vote for Paxton now or something. Like she would imply that. She'd imply that. For sure she would. These people would rather sign the country down the river to fascism than give up like any ego, any hit to their ego. They're like Trump in that respect. They will allow infinite damage to the country if it means protecting their ego. They're just like Trump in this respect. Politics is such a magnet for these type of people. At least she wasted some AIPAC money. Did she get AIPAC money? I actually forget. Yeah, she did. In poll after poll, black voters consistently back Talarico as a nothing burger. Her behavior isn't a nothing burger. She needs to be made an example of. But I guarantee you that her like unambiguous support could make up like a significant difference. She like every black voter who decides to come out and not be apathetic and not vote on election day is very, very important. So this is just for her and not Israel? No, this is for her. This is for her. Narcissists and people with fragile egos are very easy to manipulate for causes because it means they have a guaranteed base of support if they do that thing, you know? Trump is not ideologically pro-Israel at all. He's just a narcissist. So the people who flatter him the most, it's like he wasn't pro-Russia. Trump isn't ideologically pro-Russia or whatever. He doesn't fucking care. He just got flattered by Putin, you know? They're just very susceptible to flattery. So fucking embarrassing. This is from 1 day ago. Is this contemporary? Is this like an old clip?
So Trump, you know, he constantly has my name in his mouth.
How about this new one?
This is just an edit. Okay, it's not in response to anything in particular. Are any of these old? Or sorry, are any of these not old?
The Heritage Foundation, who I absolutely hate. Yes, hate. And the Heritage.
What is with these edits, man? Okay, yeah, I guess she hasn't said anything. Nobody's interviewed her. Nothing on video. Do you still think Talarico has a good chance of winning? Yeah, I would say it's like maybe 60-40 in his favor. That's my guess. Like, I think Paxton is a uniquely weak candidate. I think that if anyone was going to do it, it would be Talarico. I think Jasmine Crockett would have gotten fucking like bent over a couch by Paxton. I think it would have been over. I think that he would have fucking demolished her because she would have like statement after statement to the media. Debate after debate, she would just keep race baiting nonstop. She would actually legitimize Paxton's worldview because Paxton is a white supremacist. So all he would have to do is counter with like, you know, unlike you, I stand for all Texans, including white. If they would debate and he would accuse her of being anti-white and she would be like, what's wrong with that? And then he would win like 70% of the vote. Hispanics would vote red by Assad margins. He would ask her, like, what did you mean when you said black people have done their time on the plantations, now it's Hispanics' turn? What did you mean by that exactly? I still find it insane she said that. Did she actually say that? Yeah, I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but that was essentially what she... Roll the clip. Crockett, black people, plantations.
I know y'all, you know, they got folks that's saying they gonna kick everybody out.
Is this it? No, this isn't it. She was speaking to a crowd when she did that. This isn't it.
And they gonna get rid of black people first after they done used us.
Yeah, it was at a rally, town hall or something. Where is it? If someone could find it for me. Because damn, is it bad. Okay, what if hold on. Crockett, racist, Hispanic. That might do it. Oh, you got it? Okay, here.
So I had to go around the country and educate people about what immigrants do for this country or the fact that we are a country of immigrants.
Right.
The fact is, ain't none of y'all trying to go and farm right now. Okay, so I'm lying. Raise your hands. You're not. We done picking You can't pay us enough to find a plantation.
In argument for why we need immigrants, because they're done picking cotton. Never not funny. Yeah, and no one clapped at a fucking Black Baptist church doing a rally. No one clapped. That's insane. Do you know how many 80-year-old women there were in this crowd that would happily clap for a wide range of broadly pro-black but problematic statements? No one clapped. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it is true. Paxton's not doing so hot out the gate, Messiah. Happy Juneteenth. We had to wait till Juneteenth was done to do this segment. Shithole state. I don't know what this has to do with Talarico, but yeah. Oklahoma voting 15 points against raising the minimum wage when Oklahoma's minimum wage is the federal minimum wage of like $7.25 an hour or whatever. It's pretty funny. Yeah. Shithole state. The worst state in the union, easily.
All right. Let's move away from Vosh's performance and look directly at the relationship between Crockett and Talarico. Because there was bad blood, okay? There were campaign wounds. There were questions about racially charged advertising and whether Talarico controlled every outside group is only part of the issue. He won. That means the responsibility for repair belongs to him. All right? Let's roll the next clip. Let me also say, let me say this first. Winning, well, not, let me phrase it like this. I think a lot of people are asking the wrong question here. Okay. The question isn't why won't Jasmine Crockett get in line? The question is, what has James Talarico done to earn the trust of the people he now needs to beat Ken Paxton? Those are two very different conversations, and only one of them wins elections. One of the things I learned as a police officer is this: if you're the first officer to arrive at the scene, it doesn't matter who started the fight, you're responsible for restoring order. Okay. James Talarico won. That means the responsibility changed. The bird no longer belongs to Jasmine Crockett, it belongs to the nominee. I need you to watch this clip carefully. Notice how the conversation returns to Crockett instead of asking what Talarico has done since becoming the nominee. Okay, now play it.
than a black woman who was already in Congress. Now, Talarico.
Okay. Clip is coming up. Let's get that clip out there. Should be starting about right now.
Jasmine Crockett promised the campaign for James Talarico. He won. She went silent. And now Democrats are realizing they may have just handed Ken Paxton that Senate seat. Now, stay with me.
Look, right out the gate here. Jasmine Crockett promised to campaign for James Talarico. Okay, listen carefully. Everybody keeps starting the story here. What Jasmine promised, what Jasmine didn't do, what Jasmine owes. But that's not where campaigns begin. Campaigns begin with the nominee. James Talarico is now the Democratic banner. You know what that means? That means the first question should always be, what has the nominee done? Play the clip.
Because what happened behind the scenes is worse than you may have heard. So here are the basic facts. Jasmine Crockett, James Talarico, they were both running for the Democratic nominee for that Senate seat in Texas. The primary match was brutal. It stopped being about policy in some ways. It became about race and whether a white man was more electable than a black woman who was already in Congress. Now, Talarico won. Crockett called to congratulate him. She said all of the right things publicly. But then when the Texas Democrat Convention opened in Corpus Christi, Crockett was not there. Talarico's campaign says they left her a voicemail message inviting her to deliver some sort of a speech. You know what she told the Dallas Morning News? This right here. I had a missed call. I have not returned it yet, nor have I listened to that message. She called it an...
All right, stop. I'm going to say something that may surprise some people. I don't love this. Look, if someone leaves you a message, listen to it. If you're going to reject an invitation, at least hear the invitation. I think Jasmine deserves criticism for that, but that's not the end of the analysis, because one unanswered voicemail doesn't explain months of mistrust. Roll the video.
Afterthought invite. And then she got on camera, and what she said next, Democrats did not see coming.
Bro, like, I'm not running. I'm not running. Okay? So, like, focus on the people that are in the race. So if you have this urge to be like, oh, Jasmine this, Jasmine that, maybe use that energy towards Kim Paxton this, Kim Paxton that. Because last time I checked, no matter how much I end up being a part of the conversation, there is one person that is guaranteed not to become the next senator in the state of Texas, and that's Jasmine Felicia Crockett.
You heard her. She used her full name, Jasmine Felicia Crockett. When a black woman uses her full name, she is not playing around. Zero, nada, nil. It's not a maybe. That is possibly a door closing right there. But here's what mainstream media and other folks are not saying. The silence didn't just come out of nowhere. There is a money trail, and it leads to somewhere ugly.
Whoa. Did I hear money trail? Now we're getting somewhere, because this is what too many people skipped over. The money, the super PAC, the advertising, the racial imagery. Whether Talarico personally approved every advertisement isn't actually the only issue. Leadership isn't just about what you authorize. Leadership is also about what you condemn. Roll the tape.
Talarico raised around $20.7 million. Crockett raised about $8.6 million. And a pro-Talarico super PAC ran ads during the primary that Jasmine Crockett called, and I am quoting her directly when I say this, she called it straight up racist.
Okay, pause. This is where the conversation should have happened months ago, okay? Not today, not after the primary, not after feelings hardened. When a black candidate says advertising benefited from racial messaging, you don't automatically accept it. You also don't automatically dismiss it. You investigate it. You address it. You explain it. Silence creates suspicion, y'all.
See when they're sending out ads and they're darkening my skin, and I'm just like, I know what this is, right?
Talarico said that he had no control of that super PAC, but here's the thing that everybody's asking. If you benefit from a racist ad, that's what Jasmine Crockett called it, and you say nothing.
Okay, there we go. If you benefit from a racist look, this is the real question. Benefit, not intent. Benefit, because politics is full of things candidates didn't personally order, but still benefited from. Leadership requires more than plausible deniability. Sometimes leadership requires saying, I may not have created this, but I don't accept winning this way. That's the conversation I wanted from James Talarico. Let's play this clip.
Thing, or maybe not what people wanted to hear, what message does that send to Black voters? And more importantly, what did Black voters in Texas do with that answer?
That were saying she was unelectable, she was too loud, she was too identity politics focused. All the people that were saying that are now talking about how come she won't get in line? How come she won't campaign for him? Say what? Say what now? How won't she? What?
Here's the deal. Reuters looked at the 15 Texas counties with the largest Black voting age populations. In those counties, Crockett beat Talarico 57-42. Black voters basically already gave their answer in March.
What was that? Now we're finally talking about voters instead of personalities. Look at that. Black voters already told us something during the primary. Instead of asking why won't black voters fall in line, maybe ask what were they trying to tell us? Listen, elections aren't just outcomes. They're messages. All right, roll this.
And they are giving it again right now on social media.
They decline our leadership and then want us to smile and stand there and suck it up. No mas.
No mas. That is the whole thing right there. And that is exactly why Jasmine Crockett said zero, nada, nil, whatever she said.
So I am going to dead this conversation, as the young people say, and be clear. My priority, read my lips, my priority is going to be down ballot races.
But here is where this stops being about just Texas, because what happens in November in this race affects every single one of us. And I need you to understand what is actually on the line here. If you believe the polling, then Talarico is tied with Ken Paxton right now. However, he probably cannot win without massive Black turnout in places like Dallas, Houston, other urban cities.
Address what she said earlier. She said, what did Crockett say? My priority is going to be down ballot races. Now we're into like political strategy here. Some Democrats hear that and think, she's hurting the ticket. Maybe, but I hear something else. A relationship that hasn't been repaired, you cannot demand enthusiasm. You can't you cultivate it, you earn it, you maintain it. Those are different things. Okay? Roll the tape.
Not having Jasmine Crockett somewhere in the mix here could come back to haunt Talarico and also some other Democrats. If Paxton wins, he's going to rubber stamp the Trump agenda. Remember Latino and Muslim American voters? They took that gamble with Trump in the last election. How did that work out? And now some Black voters in Texas are thinking about taking that same gamble, sitting this one out. I understand. Believe me, I understand. But before you decide, you need to hear what's actually at stake for you personally and really the rest of us who are not in Texas. Just say Talarico loses and Paxton wins. That doesn't just impact Texas, that impacts the entire country as well. So the question is not whether Jasmine Crockett is being difficult or whether she should go out and campaign for James Talarico. The question is, what are you going to do, Texas? My name's Angela. This is Angela Gets Answers. I've been a reporter for close to 20 years. I've worked in MAGA and mainstream newsrooms. Now I'm working for you, and I'm asking the questions and covering the people getting pushed aside by the system. And here's my question for you. Drop me a comment in the comment section. What matters more to you? Defeating Paxton?
Okay. So notice what never happened, right? Nobody seriously asked, what does James Talarico need to do differently? Everything became, what is Jasmine Crockett doing? And, that's backwards, okay? The winner owns coalition building, not the loser. Let's put the, let's put the verdict back in the hands of the people. All right. Now, next, we're going to hear from two people I think are asking the right question. Not should black voters support James Talarico, but what has James Talarico done to earn black voters? And that's a much healthier question. Okay. So this is the conversation I wish we'd been having from the very beginning. Not what's wrong with Jasmine Crockett, not why won't black voters just unite. The real question is what has James Talarico done to earn the votes he now needs to beat Ken Paxton? And coming up next, look, listen, if you don't know Clay Kane and Reese Colbert, you should. Clay Kane has spent years covering race, politics, LGBTQ issues, media, and black political life. He's one of the most recognizable black progressive journalists in America. Reese Colbert is one of the sharpest political analysts working in black media today. She's become one of the clearest voices explaining how black voters think politically instead of how pundits imagine black voters think. Now, the reason I'm playing this next clip is because they're not speaking for black voters. They're speaking from inside the community. And that's an important distinction. So go ahead and roll it.
Supreme Court. But I do want to talk a little bit about Texas because there's been so much talk about Jasmine Crockett. And I want to shift it a bit to, not a bit, I want to shift it to the person who won.
Right.
He's the one who won, right?
Yeah.
The nominee, James Talarico.
The one on
That's
the
the one who
ballot.
won, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure because I'm starting to think Jasmine Crockett won the way they keep talking about it. I'm
you
like,
would think.
did she win the primary? You know, did she win it? I don't know. Nonetheless, there has been Talarico in an article for the Texas Tribune has been talking about black support, especially at the Texas Democratic Convention. And black elected officials said the Senate nominee had more work to do to engage voters in their communities. Now, there's a long time until November, but there's still more work to do. James Talarico said in a statement, "I don't have to tell this caucus, though, that there is no way to win this race without black Texans. No way at all."
All right, stop. Good. That's the first honest sentence. Okay, no platitudes, no pretending, no we're all in this together. He says it plainly, there is no path to victory without black Texans. Now comes the harder part. Acknowledging dependence is not the same thing as earning trust. Play the clip.
All. This is not going to be easy. This is a big state, and we don't have a lot of time. But I am looking forward to being your partner in this fight because we have to win. He also stopped by the other caucuses on Friday, including the Latino, Labor, and Stonewall Democrats meeting, and they say he was well received at the Black Caucus, with a notable portion of the room jumping to their feet when he appeared. Rep. Barbara Gervin Hawkins said, as far as are they incentivized and excited and mobilized and engaged for James Talarico in November? She said, the feeling overall is they're not. A lot of black Texans are angry. They feel.
Okay, pause right there. Whenever people hear that, they immediately ask, why are they angry? Wrong question. Ask instead, what happened? Anger is usually evidence, not proof, evidence. It tells you there's something worth investigating here. Roll the clip.
Feel disenfranchised, and they feel that the party has taken them and their votes for granted. So I'm worried that folks will
Okay, hold up. There. That right there, that's the diagnosis. Not James Talarico, the Democratic Party. This conversation has been happening for years, election after election, campaign after campaign. Black voters are expected to rescue democracy, but too often they're treated like maintenance workers instead of partners. Play it.
Out. Folks won't vote. My only comment to that, and she probably knows better than me, sadly, this is an area that doesn't vote in general. Texas had the lowest black voter, the lowest voter turnout, the second lowest voter turnout in the 2024 presidential election. So I'd love to have her on because my question is, are we ever voting at high enough numbers? Like you say, Reese, fully capitalizing and utilizing our power. Just a thought that I had. And there was, let me see here. There was also a letter written to black local leaders who signed on to a recent letter to Talarico relaying concerns about the level of his campaign outreach, which I brought up and some folks got upset with me. Our intent is not to criticize, but to collaborate. We want to ensure that black communities are viewed as essential partners in this campaign and that the concerns, priorities, and leaderships of black Texans are reflected in the path forward. Now, I said this and I'll say it again. I know people who've tried to get interviews with him. Hasn't worked out. I've tried. Now I know we're not a local Texas station, but we have a huge base in Texas, Sirius XM.
Huge, yeah.
We've sold out 2 times, Reese, or the 3.
Well, we've been in Texas twice, and both times we sold out.
Sold out both times. I did 2 book events in Texas. I had Colin Allred there at Beyond the Mic. We had Colin Allred and James Clyburn there, Rep. James Clyburn, the legend. And we've been trying to get him on the show, but he hasn't responded to us. So
but Colin Allred has been on multiple times. Saying who won that contested primary? He was Colin.
Oh yeah, Colin Allred. Yeah, he's
friend of the show.
Friend of the show. Friend of the show. Comes on frequently and reaches out to us to come on, right? And that's the guy who I guess he called his campaign a mediocre black man.
He sure did, yeah. Even though he was winning in the polls before Jasmine dropped off, and if Colin Allred did him a favor by actually dropping out. But okay, sorry.
Also, State Senator Royce West of Dallas, who actually ran the U.S. Senate primary in 2020 but lost. He said, I see good faith, but I've seen good faith before, and that ended up being not fully realized. But this time around, I think it's going to be different. And I can go on and on. Rep. Vincent Jones has been on this show before, talked about waiting to see what's going to happen. So I wanted to shift the conversation away from Jasmine to James Talarico. And Reese, we've been on these airwaves before. Folks who are running for office, and we feel like there isn't enough outreach to black communities with black media. We've said this 1,000 times.
We say this every election cycle, Chair.
Every election cycle. Oh my God. And we're not asking for the world, but we're asking for just showing up. But what are your thoughts on this? I mean, the convention happened, and there are local black officials in Texas who are ringing the alarm. What are your thoughts?
Right. Well, it's funny because people like to gaslight and make it seem like, oh, it's content creators, which everybody, I guess, is a content creator who has an opinion, are pushing this narrative. But you have people who are actually elected who run successful campaigns who are talking about this. But let me just make something very clear here. Okay. There are conversations that we have in community, okay, with black people as black voters about the calculations that we need to make about how we evaluate this candidate versus that candidate. Okay. We do that. We understand the assignment. Okay. Howsoever, the conversations that we have with candidates cannot be the same tenor of the conversations that we have with each other. We cannot go to candidates and say, disregard, disrespect, ignore our community, and you still get our vote. That's dumb. That's
okay. Stop right there. That may be the most important sentence in this entire Texas section here. And listen to what Reese is saying. She's not threatening. She's describing political malpractice. Imagine telling labor unions, you'll vote for us anyway. Imagine telling suburban women, you'll vote for us anyway. Imagine telling veterans, you'll vote for us anyway. Everybody would recognize how arrogant that sounds. Black voters deserve the same respect. Roll the clip.
Fucking stupid. We have to make demands of candidates. And then if we amongst ourselves be like, well, I don't know the motherfucker gonna do it. I guess we ain't got a choice but to vote. Then that's what we do. But it is not voter suppression. It is not wrong. It's actually the entire point of a campaign to make demands of candidates, to critique candidates, to give them areas where they need to improve in order to earn the.
Look, write that down, because this is where Vosh earlier got the whole thing backwards. He treated demands as loyalty. Reese is reminding us demands are democracy. Campaigns exist because voters have demands. If candidates don't meet those demands, they lose. Right? That's politics right there.
Votes of our people, period. So I don't know why people act so fucking scared to have conversations with and about candidates so that they can improve and actually give us what we need in order for us to enthusiastically and vote. Because trust and believe, there are people who just won't vote. So you need some enthusiasm. The enthusiasm gap is the difference between winning the midterms, losing the midterms. Okay. And so that's the conversation that we have when we are talking about the candidate. And to Robert, who says, no one needs Ratchet Crockett. She ain't the nominee, bitch. So it don't fucking matter. Your stupid ass opinion. Okay. And you sitting up there talking about she going against Cori Bush. Y'all the main ones. Y'all the main Cori Bush ops. Because Jasmine said time and time again that her private remarks at a fundraiser were not an endorsement. But y'all want to run with the motherfucking Jasmine Crockett endorsed Wesley Bell narrative. Good luck. I hope that helps Cori, because that's all y'all talk about. I don't know anything else about Cori Bush's campaign except for what y'all want to put out there about Jasmine Crockett.
Can I add this really quick before I forget, Reese? I just want to do a minor fact check. This guy Bruno says, y'all do know Talarico isn't his last name. He is white, not Latino. Talarico is his stepfather's last name. This joker is hustling and tricked a lot of people. Talarico is an Italian last name.
Mm-hmm.
Just to be fair, James Talarico has never tried to say he was Hispanic or Latin. Just because an O ends in somebody's last name or an A does not mean it's Hispanic or Latin. Talarico is literally an Italian last name. Just wanted to say that, because I don't even want. Let's not. We don't got to lie about it.
I don't know where the Talarico was Latino part came from. But yeah,
it's Italian.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Reese.
And you have what's this person, Steve, saying, I supported a Clinton. She doesn't care about folks earning our vote. She's just salty her preferred candidate lost. I don't even know what that even is talking about.
People are out today.
They are, you know, because I posted it on Instagram. So all you Talaricans, welcome. All you white power progressives, welcome. I cuss your motherfucking asses out, and we do deal with facts here. So anyway, like I was saying, and to the other person who's, you know, let me tell you something. I'm not in the mood today. I'm trying to stay on topic. Let me stay on topic, because if I venture off topic, I'm putting my foot up your ass. Okay? So let's just stick to the motherfucking topic at hand. I don't know why people think that every day I come up on here to be somebody's motherfucking punching bag. When I punch back, the second that the chat starts, it's automatic with the motherfucking complaint box. Y'all see my face. No, I don't sneak up on y'all. I'm on the show at the same motherfucking time every week. So you already know what you're getting. Don't show up. You won't be missed. But anyways, I'm just sick of it. I'm fucking sick of it. It's always some bullshit. And then you try to preface it with, well, oh, I love Reese, but keep the butts. Reese is loved. I don't need your fucking love. And this is the kind of shit that fucking Jasmine has to deal with times 100,000. And then people think that I go hard for Jasmine because I go hard for her because I experience a fraction of what she experiences. You have all this people, this whole fucking society is organized in a way that they think that Black women are supposed to be their fucking punching bags. And they think that whatever fucking stupid ass opinion they have is something that they need to not only advertise, but then they have to come to us with. And then we supposed to do what? The fuck? I don't need a suggestion box for my life. If you don't like it, I don't give a fuck because I don't know who you are anyway to begin with. But I'm just getting sick of it, Clay. I'm sick of it. And I know people on the radio probably like, what the fuck is going on? But I am so sick of people thinking that just because, yes, I will clap back, that they have the fucking right to come in and constantly, every chat, every time, just talk shit. I ain't bothering nobody. But I'm going to turn the chat off because it's pissing me off. And that's not even the fucking topic. I don't even like to make myself the topic, to be honest. I don't want to be the topic, good or bad. What I do on here is about the motherfucking policy. It's about the candidates, about our community. It ain't even about me.
And I just want to add that I think I want James Talarico to win. That would be amazing. And we have seen too many candidates. You should have had outreach to the Black community years ago, or at least last year or something like that. We see too many candidates not paying enough attention to a base that you really, really need. Not meaning the base to churn out and vote. That's the key. The majority of people who vote, Black voters, we focus on Black voters a lot on this show.
Yeah.
The majority of folks who vote in Texas will vote for James Talarico.
Right.
But the key number is the voter turnout number.
Right.
That's what it is. They're not going to go Republican for the most part, although 34% of Black men did vote for Donald Trump in Texas in 2024. That's a disturbing number. But it's more so that turnout number.
That's nuts, actually.
Yeah. That turnout number, that's what's really crucial. So we still got till November, but there's some groundwork that needs to be done. And then I read from the article from the Texas Tribune, that there are elected officials in Texas, Black elected officials, sounding the alarm that there is a disconnect there. Go ahead, Reese.
But can I just say this, because when I say that earn the Black vote and that we have a right to make demands, let me give you guys a perfect example. And all the new Talaricans and the progressives, the white power progressives in here, they can 100% attest to this being a demand. Every single post about any Democratic election, I don't see it on the Republican side, but every single post, every single reference to a Black politician in particular has that little stupid ass AIPAC tracker. You seen it?
I've seen
right? It. And you see every time a Black politician is mentioned, you have the comments are flooded with AIPAC, 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 AIPAC. So you have a whole segment of voters, which is their right to do, be very clear, who demand that politicians do not take money from certain organizations. Now they lie and say you took the money from them even when you didn't, but that is an example of a demand. That is a demand that is pervasive, and I'm not saying it's a bad demand. For the record, what I'm saying is that that is a demand. When you have a litmus test for a candidate on what kind of money they can take, on what positions they have, in order to earn your vote, when you say, I voted for this person versus that person because of this issue, that is the equivalent of a demand. That means that you expected a candidate to satisfy certain conditions in order to get your support. And if they didn't, then you don't vote for them. What I'm saying is, as Black people, we are just as entitled to make demands for our votes. I don't know why that's a novel concept. I don't know why whenever I say that, then people want to, well, actually, I do know. Whenever I say that, people automatically want to jump to, well, I guess y'all just not going to vote. I guess you're just going to vote Republican. Wait, excuse me.
No, we're saying quite the opposite.
Who
Right,
said
right,
that?
right.
I said, earn my vote. This is what you want to do. Da-da-da-da-da-da. And we graciously give free advice all the fucking time on how to do it. And
And we were saying this in March.
yeah, and we say this every election cycle. It is not a Talarico issue. It is not a 2026 midterm issue. This is the way that this party has made Black people the footstools. And you have more and more Black people increasingly checking out of that system, whether it be by going independent or whether it be by just not voting. Now, those things are not helpful. Be very clear. I'm not saying those are helpful or those are good developments. Those are actually not good developments because Black people are the most integral part of the coalition because the white voters are going to do what they do and other groups.
Okay, let's.
And they voted higher number.
Stop it right there. Okay. What did she just say? Black people are the most integral part of the coalition. This is where arithmetic collides with politics. Okay, if your coalition depends on Black turnout, then Black outreach isn't optional. Okay, Black media isn't optional. Black churches aren't optional. Black elected officials aren't optional. Black concerns aren't optional here, okay? You don't build the coalition in October. You build it every single day before October. All right, hit it.
You know, I've said this before. Although Texas is minority, is majority minority, the white voters voted higher numbers, which
Right.
makes them the majority of the voting bloc because they voted higher numbers, even though the state is majority, quote unquote, but minority.
Right, right. And so
We actually have to head to a break because I'm having like.
All right. Clay and Reese just said something there, and that should end this whole debate. Okay. Black voters aren't asking for special treatment. They're asking them to be treated like every other constituency. You don't assume the vote, you earn it. Now, we spent the last hour talking about politics. Now we're about to leave politics completely because an 18-year-old young man named Nolan Wells never came home. And once again, a family is being asked to clean up a mess that it should already belong to the institutions investigating it. So, this is when the story stops being politics. Listen, for the next few minutes, I don't want you thinking like a Democrat, okay? I don't want you thinking like a Republican. I don't want you thinking like a YouTube viewer. I want you thinking like a parent because somewhere tonight, an 18-year-old's bedroom is still exactly the way he left it. His football gear is still there. His clothes are still there. His family is still waiting for answers. His name is Nolan Wells. And just one thing I need to say before we start, there's a tremendous amount of speculation online about this case. This is not what we're doing tonight. We're not here to invent facts. We're not here to um, solve the case from a YouTube live stream. We're here to ask. We're here to simply ask whether the investigation is thorough, whether the family is getting answers, and whether this story is receiving the attention it deserves. Those are very, very different questions. All right, let's play the clip.
18-year-old Nolan Wells. 18-year-old Nolan Wells disappeared off the coast of Mississippi. Authorities say Wells traveled to Horn Island with a group of friends to celebrate the 4th of July. Jackson County Sheriff John Ledbetter says that Wells decided to stay on the island even though his friends left on a boat. He was last seen at 3 p.m. The Coast Guard says it got a call to help with a search at 12:26 Sunday afternoon. It was an effort that involved multiple agencies lasting until the next morning. Around 8:45 a.m. is when the sheriff says a body was found near the island. Wells' family confirmed it was Wells a few hours later. The coroner still needs to officially identify the body, and Sheriff Ledbetter says he has a request for the public.
Number one, give the family space and time. They are still processing this tragic event, and all of Nolan's close friends. I'll assure you that the Jackson County Sheriff's Office, we're looking at this whole case just like we would any other case, and we're going to be as thorough as we can.
Wells played football at Ocean Springs High and Southwest Mississippi Community College. Anyone with information about his disappearance is asked to call the Jackson County Sheriff's Office.
So sad story. That's the report. And again, an important story. Race is involved. There are also reports that the young men or the young people he was with, some of their families, mostly young men, some of their family members are prominent people in the community. And so Benjamin Crump, who's representing the family in this case, he wants an independent investigation, is also asking for an independent autopsy. They're moving along on that. We got that exclusive information, and we spoke to Benjamin Crump just moments before we went live with this live stream. So here it is, and then we're back after it, and we can analyze.
All right. Some people hear Benjamin Crump's name and immediately make up their minds. I don't. All right. What I hear is this: the family doesn't believe they're getting enough answers. Whether you agree with every case Ben Crump takes or not, families usually call him when they feel the system isn't giving them confidence. That's worth paying attention to here. All right. Go ahead and play the clip.
Famed civil rights attorney Benjamin Crump joins us now. Ben, thank you so much. First of all, the most important thing, or one of the more important things, how is the family doing?
They are still in disbelief, Don. It's like they say they're in a nightmare and they can't wake up. They still have so many questions as to how their son, who was set on Monday to have his tryouts, because he is a Division II college athlete, and this was going to be his year. He was having workouts, he was doing training, and so they know that he was very focused on moving to a Division I program, and so they're just shocked that in 48 hours of one of the most consequential days of his life, this would happen. They are just in disbelief. And the reason that's so relevant, Don Lemon, is, there was an alleged argument, and people say that was over things about he was being very clear to not have anything to do with anything that might get in his system, because he knew he had his big workout coming on Monday. And so that's why they're like just not accepting any of this, Don. They are not accepting that their son just died by coincidence or accident.
Okay, pause right there. Neither would I. All right, let's be very careful here. A family's refusal to accept an explanation is not evidence of foul play, but it is evidence that they don't yet trust the explanation they've been given. Trust matters, especially when you're asking parents to bury an 18-year-old son. Roll the clip.
Ben, do we know what that argument was? Do we know specifically if it was Nolan and people with him?
Well, you know, we have an investigator talking to some of their friends, and we're gathering information. And when we get that information, we will share it because we want to be transparent. We don't want to speculate, but we want to investigate.
Hey, stop. That's the sentence right there. That is the standard. Not speculate, investigate. And that's exactly where this channel XVOA stands. We're not detectives, we're not prosecutors, we're citizens demanding competent investigations. There's a difference. Play the clip.
And that's very critical here. That's why, Don Lemon, we are having an independent autopsy done on top of whatever autopsy was done by the state of Mississippi. We're going to have him flown to a medical examiner in Washington, D.C., where his body will be preserved to do an autopsy to study every aspect of if he had any physical injuries to his body beyond drowning.
Mm-hmm. And where are you in that process now?
The body is going to be flown today. We expect to have the results of that independent autopsy on Friday.
Mm-hmm. Ben, what does the autopsy show? Have they given you any information from the autopsy they did? What is that showing?
They haven't given us any information. Obviously, they are saying it's an investigation going on. And, you know, at this point, I believe the sheriff said that they believe that he was left on something. We don't know what the story is, but they're saying it was an unfortunate accident. They're not telling the family anything about whether it was foul play or not. And so that's why the family is so desperate for answers, because they're saying, we don't want you to just wrap this investigation and say, oh, well, it was just an accident, and sweep it under the rug.
Mm. Are they saying anything? Are they declaring it a homicide, or they're declaring it accidental? What's the official cause now? And I know that can change, and that's why you're having your own independent autopsy and investigation.
As far as we know, his mother, Christine, and his father, Elmo, say they haven't gotten any answers. They, you know, have been asked to turn over his cell phone to the Mississippi law enforcement authorities. But even that is troubling to them, because they're saying messages that were deleted from his cell phone. So they want.
All right, pause right there. Whenever people hear something like that, they immediately jump to conclusions. Don't. All right. Deleted messages can mean 100 different things. What matters is whether investigators recover them, document them, and explain them. All right. Evidence, not imagination. Roll the clip.
Try to dot every I and cross every T and investigate everything. They said it's very improbable that Nolan would not have wanted his cell phone with him if he was going to stay on the island.
Mm-hmm. There were deleted text messages on his phone. His parents found that? Who found that out?
Now, where they got his phone, so they're trying to figure out there's deletions on the phone, and they're trying to look at what is that about. There's so many inconsistencies going on, and so we're going to have, with our investigators and our associates, we're going to list all the inconsistencies down. We just got onto the case yesterday, so we have been staying up late with the family, talking to friends, talking to people who were there on that 4th of July, trying to piece together what really happened to Nolan Wells, what caused him to be a healthy, young college athlete and then to end up dead, washed up on the shore on Monday morning after 4th of July weekend.
Just to clarify, you said you're doing your own independent autopsy. And Ben, you and I have been through, sadly, similar situations like this. But you have your own independent investigators, too. You're independently investigating this, I am sure.
Absolutely, Don. We are leading this investigation from the parents' perspective. The parents want to know objectively. They don't want to rely on the state of Mississippi investigation to be the end of the story here. And so as you reminisce, Don, there's so many cases that we worked on that it was our independent autopsies, our independent investigations that got us to where we were able to get some measure of justice, whether that was Breonna Taylor, whether that was Ahmaud Arbery, whether that was George Floyd, and all these number of tragedies where young Black lives were taken from this earth far too soon. And now here we are yet again. And I know it's challenging because when we look at the history of the state of Mississippi, it has not been what we call equal justice for Black people in America. When you look at the history of Mississippi, this is the state where Emmett Till was lynched.
Look, I'm from one state over in Louisiana. So trust me, I know. And that said, Ben, there have been people who have been pointing out on the internet, some prominent people saying, imagine if the situation was reversed. If it was 3 Black boys or young men who went out with a white young man and the white young man ended up dead.
Okay, stop right there. Now we're entering uncomfortable territory right here, all right? This isn't proof that race determined what happened. It's asking whether race changes how we respond afterward. And that's a fair question, all right? America has earned that question. History has earned that question. The answer should come from facts, not assumptions. Play the clip.
Imagine the outrage and the news coverage and the demands of investigations as well.
Yeah, and that's the crux of the matter, Don Lemon. That's why I'm so grateful to you and your network for, at the very beginning, covering this matter. So often when Black lives are taken, it is the media of people who have compassion and care for our community that make mainstream media pay attention. And I think this is one of those situations. And if the crux of the matter, if these were 3 Black kids with a white kid and that white kid ends up dead after they claim they left him, they can't remember anything, but they have their cell phone, you have to ponder whether they would be treating this as a murder investigation or if this was what they call just investigation into accidental death. You have to ponder that. It is you can't be being honest with yourself if you say they would not have treated this investigation differently.
Ben, was he a strong swimmer?
His mother and father say he was a strong swimmer. He was an athlete. He was about to be a Division I wide receiver, Don. Athletes have to maintain their physical prowess, their bodies are in extraordinary shape. And that's what they believe Nolan Wells was, an extraordinary athlete.
Yeah, I mean,
listen, this is where I stopped thinking about politics altogether. All right. 18 years old, trying to move to Division I football, the rest of his life in front of him. Now we're discussing autopsies. Parents ain't supposed to bury children, man. Nothing about this is normal. Play it.
look, the evidence is there. We can see his record. We can see who he looks, a good-looking, healthy young man. Ben, anything else? If something comes out of this autopsy, you said you expect to get the results by Friday, correct?
Yes, sir. Friday morning, we plan to have them.
And depending on what comes out of this autopsy, then you'll figure out where to go next. Now, I know that they've been saying, go ahead, I'm sorry, go on.
Mm-hmm. No, you're absolutely right. In different times that you and I have talked about these cases and you use your platform to give a voice to these victims, oftentimes we would turn to the Department of Justice. But here I think we're going to have to work with the local authorities and the state of Mississippi if we find any instances of foul play to get some criminal culpability. But we are still in the infant stages of the investigation now. And this independent autopsy is going to be very important for many, many reasons, Don Lemon, many, many reasons. And so as soon as we get that, we will come back on and talk to you about the findings and what they mean.
Yeah. I know that you look, we have a time crunch here, and I understand that because you're very busy and you're working on this case. I just need to know, they said that these were childhood friends or longtime friends. Or have you been able to investigate that? Is that true?
Apparently they all went to high school together, Don Lemon. And, these young men come from prominent families in the Ocean Springs community. And so we are trying to get to the bottom of this one way or the other. We know that they have attorneys, so they are not speaking at this time, but we intend at some point to hear from them as to what happened on that Horn Island off the Gulf Coast of Mississippi on July 4th weekend. And so that's what we're waiting for. And we have to keep pushing, Don. And thank you. And thank you to your audience. Thank you to everybody on social media. Thank you to everybody who gave on GoFundMe so they can afford investigators and independent autopsies, because it is very difficult when you're trying to get the truth to be revealed when it seems like people are not trying to be transparent.
Yeah. We spoke to Ben, a member of the Cajun Navy who was looking for part of the search, and he said the mother, at the time that we were recording it yesterday, that the mother had not had an opportunity to view the body, either yesterday or the day before. Has the mother had an opportunity to view the body yet?
Not at this time.
Oh, man. And why is that? Is that because is that normal, Ben? Is that procedural?
No, I think they just got the body back yesterday, and so they are preparing the body for the independent autopsy. And I will say this, Don, we don't know the condition of his body, and so obviously that's going to be a hard decision, I think, for his father, if his wife Christine will be able to look at, his body, if it's disfigured in any way. We don't know. We're going to find that out. Just keep them in prayer, because this is every parent's worst nightmare.
Look, don't I know it? Look, as you know, my sister died of a drowning.
Listen, everything else disappears for a moment, okay? Politics, race, media, lawyers, social media. What remains is a mother and a father who lost their son. Don't lose sight of that, okay? Let's play this clip.
Back in 2018, my other sister died in May of last year, and My mother has not been the same in my family. It's just not the way it's supposed to happen. We think our parents, we don't like it, but they will go before us. But for a parent to lose a child is one of the worst things, if not the worst thing that can happen. Services, are they waiting until after the autopsy, or are they going to do
Wait
something?
until after the autopsy.
Okay.
And I know they're planning memorials at his college as well as his old high school. I mean, young people, you don't expect 18 and 19-year-old friends to die. And so it's always devastating, not only to his family, but to all those in his community, all those young people who consider him a friend that they thought they were going to spend their life together, on this journey. And now he's gone. And it's so painful to everybody in that community.
Ben Crump, thank you so much. Please keep us updated, and our regards to the family, and come back and let us know what's going on. And if the mom wants to come on, or any of the family members, let us know. Thank you.
I'm sure Miss Christine is going to come on because she's very grateful to you, Don.
Thank you. Ben Crump, we appreciate it. And Miss Christine, pardon me, Miss Christine also follows me on social media. So if she's watching this, our thoughts are with you. Andy, if we have the GoFundMe, we can put it up again, the GoFundMe for Nolan Wells. And that's his family is, trying to find some answers. This is not being covered. I believe it's not being covered enough, especially in the mainstream media. And that's why we need independent journalists and independent media. So what I will tell you is also to support this channel. Make sure you hit the like and thumbs up so that people become aware of this story, aware of our channel, aware of our conversation, and become a member either on YouTube, on Substack, on TikTok, on Twitch, on any of the platforms that we're on, so that our voices can get bigger and we can tell the stories that deserve to be told without the gatekeepers, okay? So make sure you join us. You can go to YouTube and become a member. The easiest thing to do is go to donlemon.com, and everything you need to know about the show, the program, where you can follow us, where you can watch it, all of it is available to you at donlemon.com, including where you can find the dates for DL and DL Anything Goes, where we're traveling around the country and we talk about these stories and inform people as well, especially before this 2026 midterm election. Also, our newsletter is the Lucky Lemon 7 at 7. It's at 7 every morning. And we talked about this story in this morning's newsletter. We also talked about Graham Platner, what's Maine going to do, what are Democrats going to do, what is he going to do? He still has not dropped out.
Okay, listen, whatever happened on Horn Island, the investigation has to answer it. Not social media, not rumor, not YouTube, the investigation. Because confidence in the result matters almost as much as the result itself.
Later. Coming up with the idea usually isn't the hard part. It's everything that comes after. Building the website, processing payments, keeping track of inventory.
And they are swept under the rug.
Also believes society still discourages people from actually getting it.
Know whether he left people just be who people are on social media and jump to conclusions and make their own theories of the case and make statements that frankly are based on the history of race and racism in this country. And all of those things are understandable. But at this point, we just don't know.
Agreed. And a couple of those things I want to talk to you about. That's why I have you here. Thank you, Monique. So there's a video going around that they say is an argument, and they believe that it is Nolan in the back. I don't know if you've seen this, arguing with his friends. Let's let Monique see it. We'll run it a couple of times. Here it is. So Monique, you heard that, right?
I heard noises, yes.
And then I heard some F-bombs, but I don't know if you can hear it or see it. Let's run it one more time. It's towards the end. Yeah. I don't know.
Was the audio we were hearing even coming from those people? We don't know. Were those people having the argument that other reports are saying was happening? We don't know. We can't put it together based on that sliver of video. It does seem clear, though, that he is in the video, and I believe that they have some other pictures that have surfaced of him on the island. So we at least know that he made it to the island, that he got off of the boat. We're showing pictures of the boat. And I think soon we'll know whether he left when they left or not, or whether it is true that he stayed behind. I think soon we'll know whether he was seen alive after the others in his party were already gone. And those facts will be what will clear up the timeline. And then obviously the independent autopsy, whatever the state autopsy says, and whether the independent autopsy says something different, whether they notice something different.
A couple of things, Monique Presley. If you were representing him, what would you do with this video that I just showed you? Would you get a forensic person? I don't know, like a audio person or video person, or what would you do with this?
You're gonna have
do anything for you.
So you're trying to get me in the crosshairs of Ben Crump right now.
No.
My friend.
I know you know Ben and your friends, so not at all.
Dear friends, no. I think, Don, what I would
Let me just say this though before Ben stays winning. I have to.
Yeah, and that's why I said what I'm going to say to you is what I'm sure they are already doing. I mean, any and every piece of evidence that comes, they're going to assess it. They're going to have investigators look at it. They're going to have as many of the witnesses or the surrounding people in the video identified. They're going to run those people down and talk to them. They're going to do forensic analysis on the video, on the audio, see where it lines up. I mean, it will happen. So whatever can be done will be done with that, and with anything else. I mean, there obviously when the other people who were there got off of the boat, there are likely witnesses of that as well. There's going to be a very definitive timeline at some point. What has made for frustration, I believe, and certainly on the part of Nolan's mom, was that these young men would not just step forward and speak and say everything that they know. Again, depending on who you are, you're going to get different advice about that. So whatever it is that happened, if as you say, they are from influential families, then they were probably provided legal counsel. And they were probably told not to speak until such time as they had been be properly interviewed in the presence of lawyers, if they were going to be accused of a crime, etc. It's the kind of advice I've given. So I can't poo-poo the advice and say that that's not something that maybe would happen if a friend called me and they were in a circumstance where somebody is now missing. I probably wouldn't be, as a defense attorney, saying, oh, let's go into the police station right now and say everything we know. That's what we hope people will do, but that is not always the way that it goes. That doesn't mean,
Monique, real quick, that doesn't mean, hold that thought, because you are 100% right. We just, sorry to cut you off. We just had that conversation with my team members where they said, oh, I would be in the police station saying I'm innocent. And I was like, I know that sounds good, but it's not the smart thing to do. And usually attorneys say, whether you're innocent or guilty, the attorneys will tell you, don't do that. Right? I'm just saying.
It depends on the scenario. And it's not even an affluent versus non-affluent, like regular person type thing. People shut down and don't want to talk to police officers for all kinds of reasons. And all.
Now, I'm kind of conflicted about this, having been on that side of justice, so to speak, working as a police officer for 20 years and knowing the tactics, interrogation and all that. You know, if I had a friend who was is missing under suspicious circumstances, and I would try to do everything in my power to try to help that friend. Okay, especially if it's a close friendship, um, a best friend, so to speak. Um, would I go to the police and volunteer information that would help find my friend? Absolutely. But knowing what I know about how these investigations, how they generate leads, goes in one direction, goes in another direction, um, there would be some hesitation, right? So that's all I have to say about that. Play the video.
All kinds of different communities. But when there is an investigation and when every minute counts, that's when you're infuriated about something like that, because at the point that he was still missing, they needed every single possible fact. What I'll also say, though, is I don't know that they didn't make statements. I think what we know is that whatever they said was not released to the public, and whatever they did or did not say to the police was not provided to the family. And that's two different things, because the way that a state runs an investigation and the information that they keep to themselves as they're formulating whatever their facts are of the case sometimes involves a level of secrecy that is infuriating and heartbreaking to family members. And so you end up with your own counsel, and that's what they did.
Okay, so I cut you off. Do you remember what you were going to say? I'm sorry. I think you.
No, we got to the same point. You said what I was going to say. Like, people don't want to. They don't want to see it that way. Why would they not say everything they know? But I think when you make it more personal, it is easier to understand why you may get different advice than that, depending on whatever it was that went down. I hate hypotheticals, but if they were drinking, if they were using drugs, if there was an argument, if any of those things were involved, if they were under the influence and being under the influence caused them to not have memory, whatever the case may be, those are all things that'll keep you from coming forward immediately. But it doesn't mean that they did not speak to the police. It just means we don't know what happened.
Okay. You heard the cell phone thing from Ben, that there's belief that there were some deleted things from the phone. That's suspicious. Again, we don't know. I didn't know if there was anything in his interview that you wanted to discuss or that gave you pause. Let me know now, or I want to move on and talk about something else that you said.
Okay. No, I mean, we don't know. There were things deleted, but we don't know if they were deleted by Nolan before he passed. We don't know at what point he ended up without his phone. But again, those are things that will be known, because there's going to be a timeline even for the deletions.
Okay. Yeah, and people delete stuff all the time. I have to delete because I'm out of memory, because I take so many videos. Like, all the man on the street stuff is on my phone. I'm like, oh, the phone is like, you're out of memory. So, you're deleting stuff. But we don't know. There could be something. Maybe there's something there. We do not know. Now, you discussed the whole racial thing that's going around, because he's the only black person that is seen in the video and is believed to be the only black person on this Horn Island with these folks. And Ben Crump said he believes that they're high school friends, and they had been friends, for a minute. I want to play some of this one thing, and I want to warn people. The beginning, Andy, show the original video of him on the boat with his friends. We just had it up. Okay, so him on the boat with his friends. So this is the real video. Okay, so that's him on the boat with his friends. And then this is what's going around on social media. And I have to warn everyone that this is AI, or it begins with a doctored image. People who are trying to say, what would this look like if it were 3 black guys or all black people, and then the only white person disappeared? And I want you to watch this, and then we'll discuss it. So again, part of this is doctored. I'm just warning you. Part of it is AI. Go ahead.
I cut that part off. But
okay, you cut it out. Oh, good. I'm glad you cut it out. But it's basically this similar image, except I think the black kid is in the water, right? That right? They have whoever is the black person in the image in the water. Okay, I'm glad you went past it. Go ahead. Let's show it what we have though. Okay, and let me just say this. Sorry, this is from. Sorry, I want to make sure this is clear. This is from a different incident that reportedly that happened in Florida, and you hear some racist remarks. This is a black kid in the water, and they're saying, this is how black people are treated in general, and that the racism among young people has not diminished, that there's still racism going on because they learn it from the family, the whole thing. You've seen it on social media. So I want you to watch this, and then here it is. The black kid is trying to catch up with a boat. He's in the water. He's not a good swimmer.
You can swim down, wherever you fucking retard. Bro, how am I gonna get you back home? You don't think Mama Marquise is gonna be worried? Yeah, your mom. My mom's name. My dad's your mom is always worried about you. My dad's in prison. I think that's why. When your dad's in prison, we know, we can tell just by looking at you. Bro, we get it, you can't swim, but
Bro,
we
just
can
go get a
find you.
kayak.
You have a fucking life jacket on, Marquise.
I'll just wait.
Bro, you have a life jacket.
Bro, I'm black. It doesn't matter. It's not gonna save me.
Oh, yes, it does.
Bro, I'll just find a way. Hey. Yeah, they think I'm about to swim, but I can't swim.
Bro, you have a life jacket.
I'm gonna die.
Standing right
Hold
now.
on to the
You
back
have to
of
go.
our board. I'm just trying to get over there.
Get over there. We taught him how to swim.
Oh, so I can just hold on to the back of the board.
Right here if you want.
Yeah, I might drown.
You won't drown.
You won't drown. You're not gonna drown.
And then there's some very helpful, nice people who come along.
There you go.
Thank you.
What's your name?
Huh?
What's your name?
Oh, my name is Marquise. But everybody calls me LeVar because I go to Danella.
Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was okay getting over here. And they think I'm about to swim back. I can't even swim.
Good job right now.
Probably gonna hold on this. And it's my first time here.
It's your
First time? Well, welcome.
Yeah.
How'd you get over here?
Yeah, what
they made me
happened?
take that way over there, and they had 2 life jackets on. I'm never coming back with y'all.
Yo, we told you if you were coming, we had a life jacket.
A life jacket. This ain't even for a big kid. This for a little kid.
Oh my God.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I'm never coming back with y'all.
I don't know what to say.
Fuck, his friends are fucking assholes.
I wonder how old he was.
And that family is saying his friends are effing a-holes. Yeah, but look, you warned us against equating this or any other thing to what happened, but it is out there, and I want to discuss it because you find it important as well.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't have anything to do with Nolan, right? Or with the Nolan Wells tragic, whether accidental or intentional drowning. We don't have anything to support a belief that he was treated in a similar manner by his friends. The only evidence we have right now of the state of their friendship is the picture that they took on the way there together, because we can't even substantiate that it was them on the island having that argument. I think one thing that people sometimes miss when they say the state of racism is alive and well, that's obviously, you and I talk about that at least once a week. It seems like we know that's true. What it is also true is that we have lived as minorities in this country since its inception, Don. And we have, in many instances, especially those of us who are from the South, had circumstances where we are always the only one of something, the only Black person, the only woman, the only Black woman, the only Black man. And if we've gone to schools, matriculated through schools, like private schools or anything like that, then you can live an entire life that way. I am from Texas. I can count easier the number of circumstances in school where I was not the only Black person in class or not the only Black person in the event. I went to a private undergraduate institution, St. Mary's University. So, it needs to be said, I've had any number of countless hundreds of instances where I've been the only, and I am still here to tell the story about it. My white friends did not kill me. And so it's not every time we see a lone Black person with white people that they are not safe, but it is not every time that they are. And so it really is necessary for us, if we want to get to the facts in situations like this, to not inflame it. Because it seems weird, like, for me to say, I know you have white friends. I have white friends, but sometimes you almost have to say it, because I think that the reality of this country is that there are many Black people who have only always been around Black people. And so being around any white person is a distrusted situation and unsafe. And the opposite is also true. White people who grew up around no Black people, and so they're inherently suspicious of anybody Black and have no understanding of our culture or anything about us. And so assumptions are made on both sides. I think that reasonable minds have to come together and say, we're going to deal with this case. And we're not going to make this case any other case. We're not going to put our brains off on the side, but we're going to wait for the facts.
Well, I'm glad you said that. And yes, I went to a high school that was desegregated, like not long before I got there. I'm not that old, but people think that this was a long, long time ago. I think it was maybe 10 years before I went to high school, and it was a mainly majority white high school. And then I went to LSU, which is a majority white college. And then I went into the journalism, which is a majority white. So, I get it. I understand that. But I'm glad you said we don't put our brains to the side, because people have different perceptions when they see things. They automatically, they tend to shut it off if it's a certain group of people, and then they are suspicious about another. Monique, I want you to hang on, because I want you to update another story, but I want to bring in Suzanne Lambert. Suzanne Lambert is a social media personality, political commentator, also a comedian. And Suzanne, I just want to play, thank you for joining us. I want to play some of what you said on social media. And you know what? You urged me to go and check my social media, and I found out that Nolan's mom also followed me and then delivered me a message through his attorney, or her attorney now, today. But
because when I was
All right. Let's pause it right here. Okay, we've talked about political trust. We've talked about institutional trust. Now we're going to talk about constitutional trust. Because while one family is demanding answer, an Air Force major decided his oath required him to ask a question that could cost him his career. So let's turn to our Major Watson update. I've been waiting for this, not because this article answers every question. It does not. But because for the first time, right, one of America's largest newspapers finally devoted real reporting to Major Jason Watson. This wasn't a passing mention. It's not a local crime brief. It was in the local section. Okay, it should have been national news. Okay, but nevertheless, an actual profile, and it should have happened days ago, not 3 days after the event. So this story had to fight its way into the national conversation. And let's look at what the Washington Post finally decided was important enough to print.
are going to be together in Washington.
Go back. So I think it's right before that video. All right. Here's the headline here. As you can see, you can't see my arrow and that thing. See up in the upper left where it says DC, Maryland, and Virginia? Yeah, this is in the local section, right? This was July 6th, about 3 or 4 days after the event. All right. Air Force major arrested in uniform at U.S. Capitol had protested Trump before. After holding an anonymous hunger strike last year. Excuse me. Let's read that again. After holding an anonymous hunger strike last year, Major Jason Watson decided not to hide his identity at his recent protest. Just before climbing steps outside the U.S. Capitol, the Air Force major predicted what his protest would cost him. In the grand scheme of things, I'm just a nobody, he told reporters. What matters far more than who I am is what I have to say and the price I'm willing to pay to say it. That sentence, what matters far more than who I am is what I have to say. Listen, that that conversation right there tells you everything. Um, it's not about politics, about sacrifice. He's telling you, I already know what's about to happen to me. You know, nobody says something like that unless they've already counted the cost. He had demonstrated before against President Donald Trump for 22 days last year as part of a hunger strike. But that was anonymous. Every day he wore a skin tight white mask and a white jumpsuit as he silently sat in a lawn chair next to a sign that read, impeach, convict, remove. Okay, let's go to the next one. Okay, for this protest, though, the organizer introduced him by name. Major Jason Watson. In full uniform, he walked up the stairs Wednesday carrying a sign bearing the same three words. He held it up for 3 minutes before he was arrested. He was charged under a law that generally bans demonstrations on the House steps unless accompanied by a member of Congress. That misdemeanor charge was dropped the next day, according to the DC police. So, listen, that matters that the misdemeanor charge was dropped, you know, because people only heard Air Force major arrested. Many probably assumed, you know, a criminal conviction. And listen, that's not what happened. Now, the real battle shifts to the military. Okay. Okay, let's get the next one. Okay, the Air Force has also launched a probe. Military law forbids using contemptuous words against the president, the vice president, and other public officials while on duty. Military directives also speak against wearing a uniform during political activity. So, so this is where things kind of get complicated, okay? Um, Military officers voluntarily accept restrictions on speech that civilians do not. All right. Those those restrictions exist for a reason. You don't want every colonel, major, captain, or general running around campaigning in uniform. Okay, that destroys professionalism. So if we're going to defend constitutional principles, we also have to respect why those regulations exist. And that's what makes this case so difficult. Let's go to the next slide here. Next. There we go. Air Force Secretary Troy E. Mink weighed in Thursday. I expect every airman and guardian to comply with all laws and policies governing personal conduct, political participation, and the wear of the uniform, he said in a post on X, using the titles for members of Air Force and the Space Force. The department takes allegations of misconduct seriously, including any that might undermine the nonpartisan nature of our military. See, do we have another slide after this? The White House didn't respond to email seeking comment. Watson, a 40-year-old father of two young children, remained in Air Force custody at Joint Base Anacostia Bowling in Washington and under a gag order Sunday. So this right here is this is the part that bothers me because now the public only hears everybody else's version of his story. He can't answer. He can't clarify. He can't defend himself publicly. That doesn't automatically mean something improper is happening. It does mean the public conversation has become one-sided. So remained in Air Force under okay. And this is according to Jessica Denson. We're going to get to her later. Founder of the Removal Coalition and organizer of Watson's protests. Now, if you remember, Jessica Denson was a former Trump campaigner or working in the campaign in Trump 10 years ago, and she ended up suing his campaign, suing him effectively for what was it? I think sex discrimination. But we'll get back to her. Okay, she's quoted in the article as saying he is 100% prepared for this, prepared for the worst of the worst outcome. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Watson's demonstration followed a year of deliberation about how public he should be with his views. He told Denson during a podcast appearance. He said he weighed the potential impact on his family against his conviction that U.S. democracy is at risk. A graduate of the U.S. Air Force Academy, Watson entered active duty in 2009, according to an Air Force spokesperson. He served in Alaska, southwestern U.S., the Pacific Rim, Europe, and the Middle East. According to Denson, he currently is a logistics readiness officer stationed in Poland with a NATO integration unit. Next clip. Our next slide. Watson's deep concern about the Trump administration stretch across immigration, economic, and foreign policy. He said Wednesday, just before his protest a year ago, he started an anonymous Substack platform, according to Denson. The first post was mild and bookish, the hardwired susceptibility of the mind to misinformation. About 6 weeks later, he embarked on the 3-week anonymous hunger strike on their Capitol grounds, but farther away from the steps, according to YouTube videos he posted. He read books and communicated with those who approached using a small whiteboard. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Watson later reflected on the limits of that protest, saying he was overly concerned about being outed. It failed, he told Denson. Let's go back. I need to finish reading that. Go ahead. Okay, there's one more. Note to the editor, edit out all this dead space. All right, pause right there. There we go. Watson later reflected on the limits of that protest, saying he was overly concerned about being outed. It failed, he told Denson. Speaking on an episode of her Lights On podcast released Wednesday, there was nobody paying attention because it's just easy to ignore a lone actor, especially dressed the way I was. So when he said it failed, the first demonstration, right? I actually kind of smiled when I read that because failure is honest. And you'll see a demonstration of that kind of honesty in the next video clip. And he admitted nobody noticed. He admitted he misjudged the strategy. And that's refreshing. Public figures rarely admit failure. Now, this article didn't answer every question, but it did something important. It moved Major Watson from internet story to documented public record, and that's progress. Now, let's put the verdict. Let's put the verdict in the hands of the viewer with this next clip coming up. Because we're going to hear from the man himself, not through headlines, not through reporters, not through commentators. This is Major Jason Watson explaining why he believed his oath left him no other choice. This is going to be the clip that I wanted people to see. All right. Not because I expected everyone to agree.
My name is
Major
Jessica
Watson. Hold on. In fact, there are parts of what he did that I'm still wrestling with as an Army veteran. But before we judge him, I think we owe him something here. We owe him the opportunity to explain himself in his own words. And let me say something to my fellow veterans. Whether you served 4 years, 20 years, whether you deployed or never left the United States, every one of us raised our right hand and took the same oath. Not to a president, not to a political party, to the Constitution. Major Watson believes that oath required him to publicly resist. I'm not convinced every decision he made was the correct one, but I refuse to caricature him. Or I refuse to caricature him. Let's hear him first. Let's go ahead and roll this clip.
And you are watching a very special edition of Lights On, something we have never done before. And our guest today is going to be doing something that has not been done yet in this administration.
Now, let me also say, military people are, you're gonna recognize this immediately here. The officer culture, which is understatement, humility, sometimes almost to a fault, but don't confuse humility with insignificance, okay? The resume Jessica Denson is going to read off tells a story. This isn't some random airman. This is a career officer with 17 years of service.
An act of resistance from an active duty commissioned officer. We are going to dig into everything about why he has chosen to speak out, the implications of this for both himself personally and what he wants to see done with this regime that is in power, why he came to us at the Removal Coalition, and what he hopes that his military career and this sacrifice in speaking out will do for this country. Please join me in welcoming to Lights On Major Jason Watson. Major Watson, welcome to Lights On.
Thanks for having me.
Now, I want to just say as a matter of housekeeping that we are pre-taping this interview. We are going to be together in Washington, D.C. on July 1st, at which point, when everybody sees this interview, that event will have happened. First of all, I just want to welcome you. We're going to go through how we became acquainted, how you came to the Removal Coalition. I want to give you a chance. You've been in the service for 17 years to just kind of introduce yourself to our audience.
Okay. Well, I commissioned through the Air Force Academy. It's one of the most difficult experiences in my life. Very proud of having graduated. And then I became a logistics readiness officer. I've spent most of my career abroad in other countries. And, I'm just a guy, just an average officer. I would not say I stand out in any way. I would not say that there's anything bad or good about me in my career. Generally just kind of mediocre,
There's too much humility, I think, that you're showing already, and I just want to thank you. I want to thank you for your service to this country. I know that getting into this moment is such a significant sacrifice and reflection on your oath that you have taken. You've spent 17 years. You've gone up through the ranks. I had a friend who's actually a retired Navy commander who helped impart just the gravity of your service to me. And I'm just going to read through a little bit of this so our audience has a sense of it. You have held senior military staff responsibility for essential logistics required for the United States to project combat air power from Allied air bases overseas. You personally delivered that support from air bases in Alaska and the American Southwest, as well as forward locations in the Pacific Rim, Europe, and the Middle East, including a command assignment in Qatar. You are currently assigned, which which is where you just returned from, to a NATO force integration unit in Poland. Your performance has been recognized by multiple unit and individual awards, including the Defense Meritorious Service Medal, 2 Meritorious Service Medals, the Joint Service Commendation Medal, 3 Air and Space Commendation Medals, the Meritorious Unit Award, the Air and Space Organizational Excellence Award, and multiple campaign decorations. This is in addition to clearance for sensitive compartmentalized information that you have. You're clearly someone who has accomplished a very significant career in the military. I want to acknowledge that for our audience in you coming to us today. So I understand you're very humble, but you have accomplished a lot for this country.
Yeah, I really appreciate that praise. There's a lot of folks in the community that would, the veterans out there, active duty service members, that would look at that and say, okay, yeah, that's nice. And they'd be right to look at it that way. I have never been in combat. There's a lot of things that haven't happened in my career, and there's a lot of things that could have gone a lot better. But yeah, I mean, the main reason I just want to emphasize that is I probably would not be doing this if I thought I was some stellar performer. Because essentially, because I am the person that I am, I can afford to do this without the risk that would come along with it if there, say, a general officer were to do the exact same thing. We're in a very, very dangerous time for our country where the military is barely hanging on in my...
Okay, stop right there. That is the sentence that has haunted me ever since I first heard it. Not because I know it's true, because I know he believes it's true. Think about that. An active duty major assigned to NATO says the military is barely hanging on. That's not normal language. That deserves attention, okay? We need to hear that.
Opinion, because the thing that holds us all together is our fidelity to the Constitution. And this...
Hold on. Our fidelity to the Constitution. Okay, there it is. That's the oath, okay? People keep talking about Trump. People keep talking about impeachment. People keep talking about politics. Watson keeps coming back to one thing: the Constitution. Whether you agree with his conclusion or not, he is reasoning from the oath, not from party, okay? The oath. Play the clip.
Regime, the Trump administration, has been tearing that apart. So, yeah, it's dangerous for any member of the military to do something like what it is that I'm doing, but I can afford to because I'm just not important enough. If that...
Okay, now, not important enough? Man, because I know exactly what he means right there. Listen, he's saying I'm expendable. If somebody has to lose a career, it might as well be mine. There is something profoundly self-sacrificial in that statement. There's also something profoundly tragic about it. Play the video.
That makes sense. So,
well, anybody who watches Lights On knows that I think every single one of us has extreme, immense value, so much more value than many of us are willing to acknowledge. And just taking ownership of a fraction, of an iota of that value, if we all did that in greater measure, we could rid ourselves of this problem so much more. And I think your actions, as humble as you are intended to inspire, perhaps, or at least get other members of the military to think about what their oath means. You talked just a minute ago about the this that you're doing, and I want to get into what the this is and what your organization is, what you have built before actually coming forward and being public. You came to me a few months ago. I think it was back in February the first time. I'm the founder of the Removal Coalition. Our audience knows well that this is a grassroots movement that I started a little over a year ago to bring the impeachment and removal demand to the protest space, to elevate that demand, to give it teeth, to make more of the millions that were mobilized across the country towards that constitutional goal. The constitutional requirement really of this moment is that the Trump regime be removed for their blatant unconstitutional conduct. You came to me in February, signed, as you're saying right now, just a nobody. That's how you sign your writings. That's how you sign your emails. You founded this organization called DOOR, an acronym for Defenders of Our Republic. Can you tell us, first of all, a little bit about this organization, what it's intended to do, and why you started it?
Sure. I'll try to keep it short. What I would say is it's been something of a journey to get to the place where I actually established it. You know, you can go all the way back and look at what happened with January 6th and the committee hearings and seeing a lot of the courage that was required of people that gave testimony to those hearings. You can fast forward and you can look at Donald Trump's first day in office and all of the unconstitutional things that happened then. You could look at what happened to Kilmar Abrego Garcia and the hundreds of people that were denied due process and sent to CCOT and essentially, you know, a torture prison.
Yes.
That's notorious for
Yes.
human rights violations. There's a ton of things that got me to this place, but I'd say it really just comes down to my oath of the Constitution and how do I honor that? And for every service member, they have a different answer. For me, it was hard for me to justify sitting in the location, doing what I was doing at my assignment in Poland, and thinking that I was doing enough, that I was honoring my oath. So I went out and started to seek what does it look like for me to try to take a stand against this administration. And it took me a long time to find you. So because I didn't find you faster, I decided to just do it myself. And there were some key moments with some experiences that made me think that that was necessary. So, yeah.
And I know that started last year, I think, with a hunger strike on Capitol grounds. Am I right about that?
That was where I ended up trying to make my stand. It started as far back as March. So essentially it started with when I created my account on Blue Sky, was starting to get involved in putting out messaging that I thought was valuable for us as Americans. And then realizing that I needed to do more because I had to find a red line. And essentially that red line was, will this administration brazenly violate not just the Constitution, but a Supreme Court decision? And they did that with Kilmar Abrego Garcia with that 9-0 decision, and then what we saw in the Oval Office with the president of El Salvador.
Pause right there. Kilmar Abrego Garcia. But notice something. Watson isn't talking about taxes. He's not talking about inflation. He's not talking about elections. He's identifying a constitutional red line here. Now, whether you agree with his interpretation or not, he's describing moments where he believed constitutional limits had been crossed. That's an entirely different framework from ordinary politics, okay?
I mean, that was gaslighting to the extreme. So that was that red line for me. That told me I needed to do more. And that's what put me on that vector towards doing the protest in July of last year.
And that was the hunger strike.
That's right.
So tell me about that.
I was trying to build momentum to something, some big moment, some big reveal of what I'm doing now. Essentially, I think I put the cart before the horse. I was worried about being outed right away, that I would never get to the moment to make the difference and to try to inspire people to show similar acts of courage so that we can get ourselves out of this mess. So I said, okay, what if I don't eat for 3 weeks straight? That'll send a message. What if I just plant myself at the Capitol building and try to model the kind of activism that I think we need to see in this country to get us out of fascism? So that was kind of the idea behind it. I was very naive in the execution, but that's what I was trying to do.
And what was the result of that strike?
I mean, it failed.
Hold up. I love this moment right here. He just said it failed. I love it because he's honest. He doesn't rewrite history. He doesn't pretend the hunger strike changed the world. He says it failed. People who tell the truth about failure tend to tell the truth about success too. Play the tape.
I wasn't able to get the media attention. I was reaching out to the media throughout that process. I almost came across you at a protest and reached out to Free Speech for People instead. But yeah, I just didn't get there. There was nobody paying attention because it's just easy to ignore a lone actor, especially dressed the way that I was. So.
And you were dressed in plain clothes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I got to tell you, Jason, there's so much in what you're doing that I can relate to in my own story. I'm obviously not a service member. I never served in the military, but I spoke out almost 10 years ago now on my own. I spent a year as a pro se litigant without getting an attorney to fight against what were obvious injustices from my former employer, the Trump campaign, and I had countless people show no interest or tell me that I was crazy or this was a fight that was not worth taking on. Fast forward several years, surviving threats of bankruptcy and multi-million-dollar attacks on my rights to free speech, I invalidated every single NDA that Trump ever had his staffers sign in 2016. So I think early experiences in failure or missing your mark are simply part of the journey. I don't think they're any indication of the actual impact that you can have, and I think every single one of us that is trying to make a difference has had some version of that experience of failure early on. So let's fast forward. The hunger strike was not what you wanted it to be. You then became, I think, active in writing quite extensively on your thoughts on a lot of different events, including the focus of our coalition, impeachment, conviction, and removal on Substack. Can you tell us kind of both about both of those things? Why the writing and why the calls specifically for impeachment?
That's the only legal pathway out of this, right? So,
as I've been saying.
In full transparency, I took a long break, right? So, I mean, I was pretty cynical and jaded after my experience with the protest that I did back in July. It just didn't seem like the interest was there or the attention was there. Like just people didn't care. It's kind of what it seemed like. You can look at that from a lot of different perspectives. It was the nature of what was being done and the way it was done that contributed to that. But my takeaway from that was America's not ready for this. We need to wait. So I waited. And then January rolled around and there were red lines that were crossed that I didn't even know I had. Americans being murdered in the streets with Renee Good and Alex Preddy, and the callousness of it and the blatant disregard for the truth, I think was probably the most shocking because of the footage associated with all of that. So essentially, that's what restarted a lot of this, was seeing what was happening in Minneapolis and the courage that we saw from Americans in Minneapolis. And if they were willing to do all of those things, then how can I continue to just sit back? So I decided, okay, well, I need to jump back in. And that's where the writing started again, and trying to essentially make those connections with the media that didn't happen the first time. And I figure, well, maybe if I call them out, they'll start paying attention. It didn't work out that way, but, I think that there are too many people saying things that it's too easy to dismiss because you think that it's motivated by self-interest. And without the action, the words are meaningless. So essentially, if I'm going to do this thing, I want to make sure that as many of my thoughts are out there as is possible. So that's what motivated Substack, because I wanted people to know what I think, why I'm doing all of this. So, yeah.
You're kind of laying the groundwork. So
Yeah.
once you do take this act that you're now taking with us, that people can see where you stand on a vast array of issues. Let's go back a little bit to the impact that this is having on you personally. You didn't really, I cut you off in your introduction at the top, so if you were going there to tell us more about yourself, I apologize, but you're a father of 2 young children. You are sacrificing an immense amount. You're 3 years, Jason, from your retirement in the Air Force. Tell me how these facts of your life have calculated into this decision and how you're handling all of that.
I would say there's nothing I feel more guilty about than what I am putting my family through.
Okay, stop right there. This is where I stopped seeing an activist. I started seeing a father. Every veteran understands this tension: duty, family, country, career. Sometimes those 4 things refuse to line up, and that's where Watson is living right now. Roll the clip.
As a result of these things that I'm deciding to do. It has required some sacrifices just based on different perceptions of what this moment requires and what it is that I am going to be putting my family through as a result of these decisions, which is not in any way fair to them. And it's not just, my children and now my ex-wife. It is my entire family. People I love and cherish very much, that we don't see eye to eye on a lot of things right now. But that doesn't change the fact that I love them very much, and I treasure everything they've done for me in my life, whether that be, again, family, friends, coworkers, mentors. I mean, I know a lot of people that support Trump. So it's a huge sacrifice because I don't know what the future of those relationships even looks like, if those people are even going to still talk to me.
Well, I think you're talking about an experience that many millions of Americans across this country who are not necessarily doing such a brave and courageous thing as you are doing experience all the time. The Trump factor, the MAGA factor in families has broken so many bonds. And I, having myself once lived in the corrosive, manipulative, mesmeric, anti-Christian, I will say, atmosphere of Fox News, it is absolutely criminal what that propaganda has done to this country and to families. And, maybe I can just say to your family that you have a son, a brother, a father, a husband here that is showing just the highest level, as far as I'm concerned, of conviction to the oath that he has taken and what service to this country really means, because of the unconstitutional nature of what we're facing as a country. And anyone that would tell you otherwise, and I know you're going to get a lot of heat in the wake of this, I would challenge them to look deeper. You've talked to me about this, about concerns about your family and what people will think. Let's play devil's advocate for a minute here. And I've had these conversations with you. If somebody were to look into your past, look into your military record, try to find dirt on you to impugn your motives or your reason for coming out, what would they find?
There are people that I already know of that have expressed pretty strong discontent with me expressing my strong views and beliefs about the nature of the Trump administration, and have made clear to me that they disagree strongly. So I guess it's just hard to know what's next on that side of things. There are people that could say a ton of things about me, and
For example,
it's all trivial stuff, and it feels trivial to bring it up and to say that this is something that is worth talking about. And I'm sure whoever those folks are that feel strongly about what it is that I'm doing are going to do that for me.
Sure.
The biggest things that I can point to in my career that stand out and are clear things in my records, as I failed a fitness assessment. I can't shy away from that. That's my own fault. I can't blame that on anybody. There were some performance issues at certain points in
I
my
wonder
career.
if the current illegal commander-in-chief could pass a fitness assessment.
Yeah, I mean, that's really not the point, right? So,
No,
I mean,
I
you got to
know.
own your own failures. I was passed over for promotion multiple times. I mean, once you get passed over the first time, as far as the way the Air Force officer system works, it's very hard on future iterations. But again, that's a reflection of my own records, and it is an accurate reflection of how I have performed. So I don't shy away from that. You brought up the point about failure. I'm proud of my career. I'm proud of everything that I've done, including, warts and all. There's not a single thing that could be brought up about me that I would be ashamed of, because it was a learning moment.
Sure.
It was something I learned from and I grew from. I wouldn't say that there's anything that is in my military performance that I would say is a blemish on my character. So there's nothing I'm ashamed of.
That's a wonderful place to be. I'm the same. I'm the same. I've been through a lot in my life, and yet I'm not ashamed of anything, and everything is instructive, and it's about growth. If we're not growing in this life, then we're frankly not living. So I agree with you 100% there. I want to get a little bit more into your actual criticisms and critiques, specifically of Donald Trump, of his cabinet, of the actions, the illegal actions this administration has taken. As I mentioned earlier, you just came back from duty in Poland. Your work has been very focused on NATO. You've been in Europe for several years. I've read some of your writings on how your perspective on NATO and how this administration has completely disregarded that alliance has really formed, I believe, some of your impetus to take this action. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Sure. Because I am an active duty service member, I'll focus on some of the military-related things. So back in January, there were the threats against Greenland, as an example. That was one of my red lines. I defined that he didn't end up crossing. If there had been a U.S. attack, active war of some kind against Greenland, a NATO ally, that would have accelerated my timeline for doing something.
Sure.
The war with Iran, it's unconstitutional, full stop. Whereas
Pointless, deadly, killed your fellow service member.
Beginning, Andy, show the original video.
Year as a pro se litigant without getting an attorney movement that I started. I want to give you a chance. You've been in the service for 17 years to just kind of introduce yourself to our audience.
protest that I did back in July, there were some performance issues at certain points. So the deployments of the military in places like Los Angeles and what's going on in DC, there's a lot of things that I could tie to the military side of this, but it is just wholesale across the board. You could look at everything that this administration's doing, and there is some kind of tie-in to it being unconstitutional or illegal or corrupt or violent against American people or people living in our country. And we're better than that as a country. And that's certainly not what I've spent 17 years in service to.
And anyone that would tell you otherwise, and I know you're going to get a lot of heat in the wake of this, I would challenge them to look deeper. You've talked to me about this, about concerns about your family and what people will think. Let's play devil.
So the deployments of the military in places like Los Angeles and what's going on in
Okay, we are back. Now, before I realized my mic wasn't on here, I'm here running my mouth. Major Watson made a he stated that the war with Iran was unconstitutional, full stop. Okay. Now, this isn't a military officer complaining about personality. When he says something like that, this is a military officer making a constitutional argument. You may agree, you may disagree, but understand what that means. He's saying, I believed the commander in chief crossed a constitutional line. And that's an extraordinary statement from an active duty major. Um, one other thing he said in that interview, we're better than that as a country. And I want to end it on that quote right there, because this is the sentence I keep coming back to, right? Forget impeachment, forget removal, forget not Trump and all of that. We're better than that. That's the sentence. The question isn't whether Major Watson is right about everything. The question is, what happens when a career military officer sincerely believes the country is drifting so far from its constitutional ideas that risking everything becomes, in his mind, the more honorable choice? Okay. I don't have an answer for that. And anybody who tells you this is an easy case hasn't thought about it long enough. All right. Um, and you can see he was calm, cool, and collective during that interview. It wasn't a campaign speech, it wasn't a rant. This was a career military officer explaining how he arrived at the most consequential decision of his life, right? Which is whether history ultimately vindicates him or condemns him. Now, we owe ourselves the seriousness of wrestling with the questions, the question rather, constitutional question of oath and duty that he raised. Now, let's see what happened after his arrest, because once Major Watson was taken into custody, the conversation shifted from his decision to what the military would do with him. And that may determine how this story is remembered. So, this is the update, all right? We're not dealing with rumors here, no speculation. This is what we at XVOA actually know today. Major Jason Watson was arrested. The misdemeanor charge was dropped. The, the, the misdemeanor charge is the civilian charge being protesting on Capitol steps. Excuse me. Now, the military investigation continues. He's under a gag order, and now America has to answer a question I never imagined we'd be asking. What happens when an active duty officer believes his oath to the Constitution requires one course of action, while military regulations require another? And, I want everybody watching this morning to understand something. This ain't a hero story, right? No, we're not talking about villains. This is an American story. And as somebody who's worn the uniform, I have zero interest in turning this into propaganda for either side. I want to understand what happened. Because if officers are reaching this point, the country really needs to know why. Let's go ahead and play this clip. See, we got audio. We got audio. See if we go ahead a little bit. Here we go. Okay, play the clip.
uniform outside the Capitol.
For all of these high crimes and misdemeanors, the president and vice president must be impeached, convicted, and removed.
Capitol Police tell CNN members of the public may not demonstrate on the Hill steps unless they are accompanied by a member of Congress. There is an investigation now underway by the military. The Secretary of the Air Force posting, quote, Americans place their trust in us. We cannot and will not compromise the trust of the nation. The department takes allegations of misconduct seriously, including any that might undermine the nonpartisan nature of our military. Out front now is Jessica Denson, who organized that protest where the Air Force major was arrested. She worked for the 2016 Trump campaign before speaking out against the president and starting this group now calling for his impeachment. So, Jessica, you live streamed this event. We can actually see you in some of the video walking up there, walking up to the Capitol with Major Watson, Congressman Al Green with you as well. The major knew that he could be arrested. He talked about that, said he felt it was a risk he was willing to take. Why did he want to take this risk?
Absolutely, Erica, thank you for having me tonight. He wanted to make a stand in the most visible way possible. He understands that he is putting a 17-year.
Okay. I wanted to stop right there on what she said. He wanted to make a stand in the most visible way possible. Let's go back. Hold on.
Thank you. Front now is Democratic Congressman Adam Smith. He's the ranking.
Hold on here. We've gotten all out of sequence.
Little steps right before independence, partisan nature of our military.
Quote.
Erica, thank you for having me tonight. He wanted to make a stand in the most visible way possible.
Okay, there we go. Let's stop on that. Can we stop on that? Because that's the key right there. Visibility. Watson didn't accidentally end up on the Capitol steps. He chose visibility. He wanted the institution and the American people to see him. That's different from somebody quietly writing an op-ed. Okay. This was highly symbolic. Okay, play.
Understands that he is putting a 17-year military career on the line, essentially sacrificing it all because he understands the stakes are so high. And so he came to me several months ago and I worked with him to make sure that this sacrifice was not in vain, to make sure that his message of impeachment, conviction, and removal was lost on no one. As you mentioned, I worked for the 2016 Trump campaign. I fought for years in the shadows to invalidate his illegal non-disclosure agreements, and my story was largely shadowed. I know what it's like to make a sacrifice that is ignored and not given the attention that it deserves when you have a vital message to bring, and there was no way that I was going to let this happen to Major Watson. So we organized this with care. He understood the risks that were involved.
Yeah, he understood the risk. Nobody tricked him, okay? Nobody manipulated him. Nobody forced him. He knew exactly what could happen. Career, retirement, reputation, military justice, everything, okay? That's why this deserves a serious conversation.
But he wanted to take a stand in a way that showed that he was willing to make the sacrifice that so many of our complicit lawmakers, 99% of them, are not willing to make to demand that this criminal regime be removed from power.
He had come on your podcast prior to this event. One of the things you spoke about was the Iran war, which was clearly a red line for him. I just want to play some of what he had to say.
Sure.
I would underscore pointless. There are 13 service members and who knows how many more that are injured, but 13 that are dead that have, for what? What did we get out of that?
You mentioned that he came to you some time ago. Was it the Iran war that prompted him to come to you, or was it something else?
Well, he talked about in that interview, which I highly suggest anybody go and watch on my YouTube channel, Jessica Denson, the Lights On show. He is currently under a gag order, so he cannot speak for himself. That is his voice and his story. But he described that there were so many red lines, and one of...
She said he's currently under a gag order, okay? That's why we're hearing everyone else instead of hearing from him. But The public conversation continues. His own voice, unfortunately, doesn't. That doesn't mean the Air Force is doing anything improper, but it does mean the public is only hearing one side while the investigation unfolds.
The things that really prompted him to even consider just the gravity of Trump's illegal behavior were the January 6 hearings, going back that far. And then he had some false starts in his attempt to reveal himself before he came to me, and almost decided to give up. But when he saw the protests in Minneapolis and how people were so willing to put themselves on the line to defend their communities and to defend each other and the Constitution against these ICE thugs, which are really a paramilitary force that constitutes treason, he decided that that was what really jolted him to find out again how he could come out publicly and really make something of this, that he had to at least have the courage of those people in Minneapolis.
We did reach out to Watson's attorney, who told us, quote, you cannot ignore, rather, the beautiful irony of an active duty Air Force major being arrested in full uniform on the Capitol steps right before Independence Day, saying Major Watson took a courageous, nonviolent stand to defend the Constitution against an unlawful war in Iran, only to be detained at the foot of our nation's Capitol. It's a powerful reminder of what it means to truly honor an oath to the Constitution. Have you been approached by other active duty service members since Major Watson's arrest?
I have not personally, but I do believe that other active duty service members are considering taking at least similar action. Whether they are specifically going to call for impeachment and removal as he did, I don't know, but I do believe that this is being considered. I think he has shown an example for so many. Chris, Jason's lawyer, said to you is so on point, because we are literally witnessing, Erica, we are literally witnessing a counter-revolution against 1776. We are about to mark our 250-year anniversary with somebody in the Oval Office who is literally committing on a daily basis many of the violations that are cited in the Declaration of Independence. No lawmaker has any right commemorating this anniversary without upholding their oath to follow Article 2, Section 4 of the Constitution by immediately acting to impeach, convict, and remove Trump and every illegal member of this regime from office.
Jessica, we appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Front now is Democratic Congressman Adam Smith. He's the ranking member of the Armed Services Committee. Congressman, you just listened to my conversation with Jessica Denson. I'm curious your reaction to the arrest of this U.S. Air Force major, which happened, of course, on the steps of the Capitol as he was calling for the president's impeachment and removal from office.
Well, I think we need to do everything we can to shine a light on the illegal activities of President Trump and how he is violating the Constitution and frankly, ruling more like a dictator than a constitutionally elected constitutionally elected president of a representative democracy. So I applaud the major for saying that. Certainly the war is one example, but it's one of many ways in which the president has violated the Constitution, violated his oath of office, and is fundamentally threatening our representative democracy. Again, he's ruling like a dictator. That needs to be called out publicly in as many ways as possible. So I applaud the major for doing that, and for the millions of people all across the country, frankly, who have done the same in a variety of different ways through rallies and protests and statements. That message needs to grow louder.
You just heard some of the frustration from Jessica Denson about inaction by members of Congress. Major Watson said he was motivated to speak out in part because of what he saw as inaction by Congress. I want to play a little bit more of what he had to say.
We're in a dangerous place. I don't know how else to put it, but we have a pathway out of this. We're not going to get Congress to act unless we're willing to act. And Congress has the ability to end this today, tomorrow, any time of their choosing. Why aren't they? Why are we still here?
How would you answer that question for him?
Yeah, well, I think part of the problem with what he's saying is he conflates those who are enabling President Trump and those of us who are fighting him. And that makes it more difficult. He throws all of Congress under the bus. When Democrats have stood up and spoken out against Trump from day one, Republicans have the majority in Congress. He's right in the sense that if Republicans were willing to come out and uphold their oath and hold the president accountable, this would happen. But when you throw the charge out the way he did and you condemn everyone in Congress, in many ways, that strengthens Trump, because those of us who are fighting him are lumped in with those of us who aren't, and it divides the opposition. It makes it more difficult to be successful. So I wish when people were criticizing, and rightfully so, Mike Johnson, Jonathan, the majority, the leaders of Congress, could stand up. All the Republicans back in, after January 6th could have impeached him and barred him from running for office, and they didn't do that. But all those of us who did, to attack us in the same way, that undermines the opposition and makes it more difficult to defeat Trump.
Here from the CNN studio, where I just wrapped a very short interview with Erica Hill in for Aaron Burnett on Outfront, and I'm literally practically losing my mind as I listen to Representative Adam Smith. He's a Democrat out of Washington, sitting here saying that Major Watson improperly conflated every member of Congress and literally improperly called out Democrats when it's really all on Republicans. He said, we are fighting, we are calling it out. Their job is not to call things out. Their job is to honor the
Hold on. What did she say? Their job is not to call things out. Representative Adam Smith says Congress is already fighting. Okay. Jessica Denson right here says no. Calling things out, not enough. Now, I'm going to stay out of that political fight because my interest isn't whether Democrats have done enough. My interest is what Major Watson heard. What did he see that convinced him Congress wasn't enough? Yeah, that's the question I have. Roll the tape.
Constitution. Their job is to file articles of impeachment and force votes. This is absolutely disgusting, the complicity of our members of Congress across the board, from Jamie Raskin to AOC to Mike Johnson to every single member of that body other than Al Green. These people do not deserve any cover or credit whatsoever. How dare he criticize Major Watson for calling out everybody in that body who has not upheld their oath? How dare he? How dare any Democrat? I'm sitting here kind of stunned and disgusted by the fact that he would have the gall to criticize Major Watson, the statements that he made on my show Lights On, which, by the way, please go and check it out, his extensive interview with me before he was detained and gagged, which is his current status at an Air Force base as he is under investigation for alleged misconduct in the military. That is on my YouTube channel right now in his words. Please listen. No member of Congress deserves cover. They should be ashamed of themselves for not having a fraction of the courage. This man just threw away a 17-year military career to do this. This impacts his family. This impacts his life in every single way. His life is completely changed right now because of what he did. And this member of Congress who is sitting comfortably, who doesn't have to face arrest or detainment or discomfort or anything for honoring his oath. Literally, the only bloodless way out is criticizing him for holding his feet to the fire and not putting pressure on putting pressure on both Democrats and Republicans. How dare he? Are Republicans complicit? Absolutely. Are they disgusting in their loyalty and sycophancy to Donald Trump? Absolutely. Are they responsible in the past for many, many reasons that we have gotten here? Absolutely. But Democrats are also complicit. When you have that oath, when you have taken that oath, you do everything to uphold it. That requires doing the hard thing, even when you don't have political majorities. It doesn't say, I swear to defend and uphold the Constitution when I have the votes. You do it every single...
Stop right there. That right there is probably the strongest sentence Jessica Denson utters in this entire clip, this entire show, okay? Whether you agree with her or not, that sentence forces you rather, back to the oath. All right? I'm not talking about politics, or we're talking about the oath. Military officers swear one. Members of Congress swear one. Presidents, judges, they all swear one. The disagreement isn't over whether the oath exists. The disagreement is over what the oath required in this moment.
Single day, you move the needle, you force votes, you gain the momentum. How dare Representative Adam Smith criticize Major Watson? How dare he question his assessment of the job that Congress is doing to uphold their oath? Please give these people hell. Give them hell, especially now in the lead up to July 4th. Give them hell anytime they commemorate the sacrifice that anybody has made in uniform for this country. It is damn time that they start honoring their oath. Love you all. Sorry, I don't mean to take this anger out on you. I'm just really fed up. I cannot stand this. And I hope that this is the beginning of us all collectively calling these people out as they literally let our democracy go up in flames. Please, it's our job now to carry on the mission of Major Watson. He entrusted me to start it.
Okay, so some of you listening, if there's anyone listening out there right now, might disagree with me on this, but this is where I part company. I understand what Jessica Denson means, but I don't think anyone should carry on Major Watson's mission. I think people should carry on their own oath, their own conscience, their own judgment, because that's exactly what Watson did. He made his decision. Every American has to make theirs.
It's now all of our jobs to continue it. And you can do that at removetheregime.com. You can support his legal fund. The link is in the video on my YouTube channel. So thank you all so much. I'm going to sign off here because they want me to get out of the studio. I had to tell you how I feel.
All right. One thing I hope people take away from this morning is that Major Watson didn't ask us to become him. He asked us to think about the Constitution, about institutions, about duty, courage, consequences. Those questions belong to every citizen, not just every soldier. And that's where we're going to leave it this morning, not with certainty. Okay. I think with better questions, because that's what XVOA, Explicit Voice of America, exists to do. Not tell you what to think, but to show you the machinery so you can see it for yourself. All right. Before I sign off, I just want to say thank you for those of us who've joined us. If anyone is still listening in the room, HK Jane, thank you for joining us. Larissa Waters, we got Mirna Klotchkin. I hope I didn't mangle that name. Julie. So if anybody's still in there, give us a quick like. And if you're not already subscribed, go and get yourself some free membership to my Substack. Subscribe. It's free. And I think that's gonna do it for this morning. You know, for those of you who missed the beginning of the show, we talked about Grant Platner. We talked about what's going on in Texas, and talked about the missing 18-year-old Wells down in, what is it, Mississippi or Alabama? So you'll see the edited version of all of these sections sometime between today and Saturday, Sunday. I think I should have them all out. So keep checking out. Be on the lookout for that. So again, I'm signing off. You guys have a good morning. Over and out.